We are back. Monica Sementilli is back too. I've been waiting for this trial. I actually thought it was supposed to start yesterday, and I freaked out when I saw that I didn't have any power. If you can tell, I still don't have any power. I'm using a generator, and I tested it with this program, and there were no issues. The only thing is a slight delay. So like right now I'm talking, you're probably going to hear me talking 20 seconds from the time I actually started. But I didn't see any glitches. There was nothing that was ruining the feed. So I'm excited. Hopefully it actually holds up to that. Let me open my chat. I don't even have that open. Yeah, and if you didn't see, for people that haven't been on this last few days, we had a really, really bad storm. There's my chat. We had a really, really bad storm. I think the winds hit around 60 miles per hour, and our property is very flat. There's no other houses, there's no trees, and so whenever it gets windy, everything just blows away. But this was a million times worse. It just was gone. All the furniture, everything. We had a trailer, just a smaller trailer, but that wasn't even taken. So it was a lot. But nothing major broke. And they said that they think the power might get turned back on in around 11 p.m., they said today. So kind of a long time, but hopefully that happens. All the schools were closed because they lost power too. So it's been a lot. I see Kathy. Hi, Kathy. Did you get hit with any of the storms, Kathy? I don't know where that would have hit for you. I think Chicago did get some rain. Here, let me see. Oops. Messed my whole screen up. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and move myself to the corner because they should be starting any minute. I'm actually thankful that they're late today since I was not on time. And I might have a couple minutes to move around another light so I can have some sort of light in here. Otherwise, I feel like I'm in a cave. I don't know why that just went blurry. Okay, let me fix it. All right. I'm still here. I'm sure you guys can hear me on my mic. I'm just moving stuff around. All right. Oh, that's good. Good. I'm glad you guys didn't get hit with it. That was not good. I'm kind of glowing. This might be awkward lighting, but it's better than nothing. So are we thinking that they're going to call people today to testify still? Yay, soon. Trying to remember where we were last time. Was Crystal on the stand? Good, I'm glad I'm not alone. I'm like, I feel like I should know this, but it has been a little bit. I'm going and looking right now. Good morning. You got your name back, Salty. Yes, Chris was still on the stand. So today is April Fool's Day, and since the girls are both home because the schools are closed, we have been getting attacked all morning. I could hear my youngest running around the house for like hours this morning. So it's gonna be a long day, I think. She already got her dad several times. She switched his sugar for coffee. She put salt in it. And there's something else that she did with the coffee, and she got him on both things. So I've been hiding out in here. Well, as per usual, they are late. gonna grab more coffee. I'll be back in just a minute. We are still not starting. It's probably gonna be 14 minutes until they start. Yeah, my girls definitely make me laugh a lot. In fact, my oldest, Melody, just tried to walk in here with me. And normally I would let her be in here and hang out. She was not in school, but with the power being out, there's just too many things going on. Here we
Good
go.
morning. You know, you look familiar. I think we've met somewhere before. I just can't place you. I hope your time off was enjoyable. And I'm
If
very
this hits
proud
any
that no one
major
forgot.
issues, it will
So
be
also
then that I
Silver Oath.
can't stream.
That's
But
my
hopefully
community
nothing will happen
representation.
and we can watch.
I believe when we broke a while ago through page 79 of offer number 2, where we broke and we direct the jury to that page and like to play the conclusion of the transcript of proffer number 2.
Just for clarification, there's only one proffer?
Part 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second, when you said I couldn't do it?
He never really asked me to do anything like that before.
But on anything, when you had worked for Baker for all this time in his business with the adult film business, with all these women and all this stuff, you had never told Baker no. Everything he asked you to do, you did.
Yes.
So Baker knew that you would be willing to do whatever he asked.
I think so, yes.
Did Baker ever tell you who rented the rental car that was used that
No.
day?
All I know is that day I got picked up.
You're talking about the day you came in on the 22nd?
The day I got picked up. So I got picked up. We went back to his pad. Said, listen, this is, you're going to be in and out. He showed me a picture of his phone. I didn't ask any questions.
The picture being of Fabio?
Of Mr. Fabio, yes. And then I'm going to let you know.
What do you mean, I'm going to let you know? What does that mean?
When more information comes, I will let you know.
Did he tell you
He
some
always instructed
information?
me not to ask. Yes, that was the night that Mr. Fabio went to the restaurant. He said Monica's going to send him to go get some food. We can get him there. And that's when I told you I went. I was like, I can't do this. And he got back in the car. He's like, it's okay. Don't worry about it. And we went back to his pad. And then when we went back to his pad, he said,
Are
don't
you
worry.
talking about after the
After I-
attempt when you were going to kill him at the place?
Yeah.
At the shopping center?
I said, no, I'm cool. And then he was, we got back to his pad, and then he said, I'll go with you. And I was like, are you sure? Like, we don't, he's like, no, she wants to go home. It has to happen quick.
Right.
And then that day, we, as you stated, like he was gone. And I waited, and I was watching TV and trying to nothing's going to, I was telling myself, nothing's going to happen. I have to go back to Alaska, everything. And
But you knew you were coming out to this. I mean, this is the whole purpose you were coming to LA
yes,
for.
I knew.
You weren't coming out to go clubbing. You were coming out to hang out. You were coming to LA
They
to
wanted,
commit this murder.
they committed,
Hence why you left your phone at home,
yes,
and hence why you went on the 22nd to
yes,
try and do it, but you chickened out, and hence why the following day when Baker gives you clothes, you know that you have to cover your face as you're running up to the house.
yes.
Okay.
And we went up there, he's home alone, and as I stated before, the door was unlocked. We went in, we opened the door, saw Mr. Fabio sitting on the back porch, and that's when the murder was committed. And then he told me to go in the car. I waited, and he forced my head to be down. He said, put your head down.
As you drove out?
As he drove out.
Do you know why Baker turned off the circuit breaker to the house on the
I
way
didn't
out?
know he did that.
Did you?
I wasn't looking. When I tell you I got in the car and he told me to get in the car, I just got in the car and I'm just looking around and I put my head, he said, put your head down. And that's what I did.
Did you see him pulling the manual?
I didn't see anything.
Did you see him pull the string, the manual garage, what's it called? Garage opener, the emergency release to open the garage door?
Oh yeah, because he didn't use a clicker. He didn't use a clicker to open it. He pulled it and it opened, and then we drove off, and then he dropped me off in an alley, and I just ran and was trying to
An
find.
alley, how far from the home?
Maybe less than a mile or so.
And this is the one that you showed us, like near that tunnel?
Yes,
So like you only drove a short distance?
it was a short distance, and then he told me to he said get out, and I got out,
And then you ran.
and then I ran.
And
And
at some point,
he picks me up in a rental car.
how long after he dumped you
I
out?
was probably running for like 7 minutes. It all happened so fast.
Did he say anything about or did you see him communicating at all, either via text or phone calls with Monica after the murder?
No.
Let me ask you one thing, and then you can move back into where you were. At any point in time, did Baker tell you that Monica was going to go to certain locations in order to create an alibi?
She went to the store and left
Who
him
told
alone.
you that?
Baker told me that Monica left him home alone.
And did he say why?
So we could kill Mr. Fabio.
Okay. Did he tell you, though, anything about, like, Monica's going to the store? Did he use the word alibi, in other words?
Did he use the word
Yeah.
alibi?
Or did he just say she was going
He
to the
just
store?
said she's going to the store and told me that he's there alone now.
Okay. And did he tell you who that information came from?
He said she, so my ears or my brain is assuming Monica.
Well, was there any other female that was discussed other than Monica?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and then like before we left, like Baker wasn't known to like move really quickly unless he was like late for racquetball, basketball. And when he got like some information via phone, he was like, "We gotta go," and like he's like, "Come on, let's go." He made me hurry and come downstairs, and we walked really fast. That's when he put me
You mean to the car?
to the car.
When you said he got info, who did he get info from?
Monica,
And how do you know that?
because that's the only person he was talking to about this whole situation and how he got information.
How do you know
Where
that?
Mr. Fabio was.
Was he saying, oh, she, or
She.
Monica
He would
said?
say she. She said he's home alone. We have a small window. We have to go now.
He said, we have a small window?
Yes.
What did that mean when he said, we have a small window?
I didn't really interpret it other than he might be going somewhere soon.
So you're interpreting it as a window in time, not like
Yes.
a window you look through.
Yes, a window in time.
The night before, when you decided you were going to kill Fabio outside that strip mall, and you went back to Baker's apartment, did he tell you that he was going to be going somewhere in the morning, or was there any conversation about, like, hey, when you get up, I might not be here, wait around, or what was the story?
No, he didn't tell me. He did seem disappointed in me though.
When?
When I told him I didn't want to do it.
You mean the night before, on the 22nd?
Night before.
Did that bother you, that this was somebody that you had looked up to and worked for all these years, that he was disappointed in you?
Yeah. You know? Yes.
Because you wanted him to be proud of you. Think highly of you?
Unfortunately.
Sure. 109, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're going back on the record. It is 1:22 in the afternoon. Mr. Austin, are you ready to proceed? Did you have a chance to speak with your lawyer in confidence and
Yes.
use the facilities?
Yes.
Okay. Were you given, other than the gold coins, were you ever given any jewelry from the home?
No.
Do you know anything about a VPN that Baker was using when y'all were in Vegas? VPN.
Like internet?
Yeah, a virtual private network.
I'm not smart enough to.
You ever been to-
I know what it is because I play video games, and when my internet goes out, that's
Good
when
enough.
I look at it.
Did he ever mention anything to you about using any kind of VPN, or did that come up, that term VPN,
No.
that you can recall?
No.
Okay. During the course of the murder, were you aware that Baker had cut himself?
No.
Were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
Was Baker wearing gloves?
I don't think so.
So Baker never said anything to you like, I cut myself?
No. I didn't really pay attention to his hand.
Okay. So you don't know if he was wearing gloves or not? Is that what you
I
said?
don't recall if he had gloves on or not.
If you were wearing gloves, where did you get the gloves from?
Baker.
When you were attacking Fabio on the patio, did you notice or did Baker say anything to you about the fact that Fabio had a big Rolex on his wrist?
I legit did not take notice of that.
Okay. Did Baker, while you were at the scene, ever say, we gotta hurry and get out of here before so-and-so comes home?
There was no conversation.
At all?
After the murder took place, I remember before I even went, when I was going into the house, like when I say before, I mean I turned and looked, he was gone. 'Cause my eyes were closed.
Who was gone?
Baker was gone. So,
You
after
mean once you entered the
no,
house?
no, the patio. I'm on the patio.
Oh, okay.
So, after everything had happened,
The stabbing?
after the stabbing had happened, I turned, my eyes were closed, and I opened, and he was already running into the house.
Okay. So you were
When I
still on
saw
the patio with Fabio?
briefly.
Okay.
And when I went into the kitchen, I remember saying, like, whispering, like, yo, and then I just went into the garage.
How did you know to go into the garage?
Because he said to go get in the garage before the whole thing went down.
And
He said after we do this, go to the garage.
Get in the car. You knew which car? Did he tell you what car?
There was only one car.
No, before, did he tell you anything about what the car was? Because the night before, you thought
Yeah.
he had this pickup. Well, tell us about that.
Yeah, she just told me he bought a brand new fucking Porsche on got money.
Who said that?
Baker did.
Baker said what?
Baker informed me that he had just bought a brand new Porsche. They're loaded, and we're gonna get this money.
We're going to get this money?
Yes.
So he told you to go before the plan was. Did he say, like...
He said the Porsche should be in the garage.
Okay, so he knew...
He knew exactly what the car was.
Did he say... I know we've been asking the same question all the time. Did he say how he knew the Porsche was going to be in the garage?
It's my understanding that Monica would have told him that the Porsche would be in the garage.
Why do you say that?
Because Baker didn't move in anything that entire 2 days until he got information via Monica.
How do you know that?
Because he's only, to my understanding, that's the only person he was talking to about this whole situation.
Did you actually hear him besides just texting? Did you actually also hear him on the phone with Monica?
He didn't talk on the phone around me.
Didn't talk on the phone around you?
No. But I knew everything came in via phone.
And he never told you, like, he was over there before and saw the Porsche or knew there was a Porsche in the garage or anything like that?
No.
And then he said he just got a new Porsche, like he'd just gotten it.
That's what I remember hearing.
And when did that conversation happen?
Before I came down.
Like how far before? If you remember. Because you're talking about the plan. Right. How far before, like, you flew out?
Maybe a few days before he sent the card or the ticket and the money. Before he sent the money.
So there was a discussion a couple of days before you flew about how you're going to do it, go in, and then go to the garage and get in the
house thing didn't come up until the next day.
But to go into the garage in the Porsche, or just that he got a new Porsche?
Just that he got a new Porsche.
Got it. Okay.
I don't remember when it was purchased.
Yeah.
The only way Baker would know that is if Monica would have told him that.
Because he never said, I saw his Porsche. It's really cool looking.
No.
Okay. So it looks like, just from going through your bank records, it looks like on January 12th, so we're talking more than a few days, you called Birdsong, and then you called Baker on the same day, and then Baker calls you back, and then it looks like on that same day, he transferred, I think we talked about this 2 days ago, $380 to an account, and on that same day, you withdrew that money from the account. Would that be the day that you're withdrawing the money and these phone calls are going back and forth between you and Birdsong and you and Baker? Is that the same day that you're planning to come down?
Yes.
And you knew when he was sending you money on the 12th, and you're talking both to Baker and to Birdsong, that the reason you're coming down is to kill Monica's husband for the insurance money.
Yes.
Did you overhear any of Baker's conversations with Monica?
Outside of the casual, like Jim, he's pretty good, isn't he?
No, I'm talking about during the
no.
22nd, 23rd. Did you overhear him talking to her at all?
No. No.
Did Baker ever tell you after the murder who else you could trust besides him and Al?
That's it. never supposed to be killed in his home. But I believe that when I just couldn't do it. I believe that Monica wanted it done, and so I think that's why she told Baker that he would be at home.
Okay, but we need to know why you think that. 'Cause whatever you think is just your speculation. Was there conversation that you had with Baker where Baker said he's not
at the apartment.
At the apartment. At Baker's apartment.
At Baker's apartment.
Which day? On those 22nd?
The night I couldn't do it.
122.
122.
Tell us about that.
Like I said, he seemed like real disappointed in me, and then he started like texting her.
How do you know he's texting her?
He said, "I'm gonna text her and let her know."
Okay. That it didn't go down.
That it didn't go down.
Okay. And what did he say about the murder not supposed to be happening at the house, but then changing the mind and then doing it at the house the next day?
Baker said Monica wanted it done. She wants it done.
Did he say why or when?
Trust me. I got you. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you.
That is nothing.
Just
That
follow
doesn't
me,
answer my
and I'm
question.
gonna go
My question is, did he say anything to you about why Monica wanted it done?
for insurance money, so she could leave him.
When you flew down, did you know that it was the plan to send him to pick up food? None of that.
So when he was saying that night she wants it done for the insurance money, it wasn't supposed to be. What did he say to you about like what you were just talking about a minute ago? Your understanding was it wasn't supposed to be done at the house and the
No.
plan had to
It
change.
was supposed to be somewhere out in public.
What did he say about that?
He said just like she's gonna set him up.
He said who was going to set him up?
He said that Monica,
Mm-hmm.
is gonna set him up, gonna send him to the store, get some food or to something, and then that's when we met in the back alley. So when he said, "Hey, let's take a ride," he was explaining to me on the way over here. It's like, look, you're gonna look. This is what he looks like. You're gonna look for a truck, for a pickup truck, okay? Kind of a big dude. Go in, scout it, make sure nobody's around, do it quick, and then I'll be in the back, and then I'll take you, and you'll be done.
He was going to wait back there.
He was gonna wait back there
And there was
or
nothing
move.
back there.
I was supposed to go back there or just walk away somewhere.
But what did he say about what you were talking about a minute ago, which was that it wasn't supposed to be done at the house, but then the plan changed and she said she wanted it
She
done.
wanted it done because she went to the store. He told me that Monica was gonna go to the store real quick and leave him alone.
That was on the next day, the
next day,
23rd?
the 23rd.
Okay.
He did let me know that he's gonna meet with her.
When?
He just said I'm gonna meet with her.
When did he say that?
He didn't say when he was gonna meet with her.
So when did he tell you that?
The night before,
The night that you didn't go through
the
the
night that I
plan?
did, so the 22nd, said I'm gonna meet with her, and we'll figure it out. And I didn't really say much.
Okay.
And then when he
I'm sorry.
he expressed to me that she's gonna try to
That's their audio. Hopefully it should fix in a second.
and she wanted it done. She was feeding Baker, and Baker was telling me
Monica's feeding Baker what?
information information on where Mr. Fabio would have been. That's how we knew to go straight to the patio. Because he told me that Monica said when I left, he was on the patio. He should still be there watching TV.
Did Baker ever say anything to you about Monica being able to view her surveillance cameras from her phone? Did he ever mention anything like she had an app where she could see the front of her house? Did he ever mention anything about that?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he had the app that Monica sent him her password so that he could view the comings and goings from the front of her house?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He said, he just told her she gave me the password. Like, I can see everything.
From where?
From his phone. But he never showed me. He just told me.
What did he say he could see?
He didn't. He just said I could see all the angles.
What was that in reference to? Because if he's going with you, why would he even say that? So was this a conversation before? Was he looking at the house before?
Yeah.
When was that conversation? Before you flew down?
Probably before I flew down.
He was talking about he could view the house?
Like, she gave me the password. Like,
I mean, did he say why he would want to view? Why would he want to
he didn't say why he wanted
Okay.
to view the house.
But the day of and the night before, you never talked about that surveillance again?
No. No.
After the murder, when you returned to Alaska on January 24th, did you use Chloe's phone to call Baker?
I did.
Why?
My phone was dead, actually.
Okay. And 2 days later, on January 25th, did you know that Baker unfriended you from his Facebook account?
No, I did not.
Did he ever say, I'm going to try to, get rid of any connections between us? So he didn't say anything to you about that?
No, actually, when it comes to stuff like that, I don't really even look. I don't really notice it.
Well, you must have looked because he sent you a Facebook message, and on that Facebook message that I showed you 2 days ago, it said download WhatsApp. And that's when you downloaded WhatsApp onto your burner phone.
Well, when it comes to Facebook and being deleted, I don't think you really know
Okay.
if you're being deleted or not.
But he didn't say anything.
He didn't say anything to me.
Anybody else?
Unless it does, and I don't know.
And just to be clear, nobody forced you to come to Los Angeles to commit this murder.
No.
And you knew very well that you were coming from Alaska to LAX to assist Baker with killing his girlfriend's husband.
Yes.
That was the only reason you came here.
Yes.
No one threatened you to do that? Baker didn't say, I'll kill somebody in your family if you don't. No, there were no threats. There was no pressure. It was just, you're going along with whatever Baker tells you, just as you had all these years. Is that true?
Yes.
Is there anything, either today or 2 days ago when we met, that happened that you felt made you uncomfortable here? Did anybody in this room do anything, threaten you, promise you anything, coerce you,
No.
withhold food, bathroom, drink from you?
No. I'm here on my own accord, praying for forgiveness from the victim's family, and to set everything right that I know and tell you
disadvantage, but if you, over the course of the next days or weeks, remember anything relative to any of the questions that anybody here has asked you or something that you think is important, will you promise me that you will let your lawyer know? Okay. Is there anything you guys want to go over? Heather? Is there anything else that you on your own want to say?
No.
Okay. Counsel?
No, thank you.
Okay. I think we are done at this point. It is 1:43, and we are going to end this proper session.
If you can collect the transcripts. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Austin, again, you heard the remainder of the tape recording we started a week ago. And again, is it fair to say that that accurately reflects the questions and the answers that you gave during this proffer session that lasted 2 days?
Yes, sir.
And for the entire proffer session, you had your attorney with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you could stop any time you wanted to speak with your attorney, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, during the proffer session, there was one time, did you recall, when the attorney whispered something to you? Did you hear that?
Yes, sir.
Did it have to do with telling you how to answer a question?
No, sir.
There was one time when Mr. Aval actually indicated to the prosecution that you had met and this is what you meant to say, and he said it for you. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Had you discussed your testimony when you were apart from the prosecution about that point?
No, sir. My attorney advised me to just tell the truth.
So all you had to do was tell the truth.
He said don't hold anything back and tell the truth.
And then why was it stopped in the middle? Were you holding something back?
I've never been in trouble before, so maintaining my emotions was very important to me.
Okay. That was all about your emotions, not your answers?
How do you mean?
Well, you knew again when you went to the proffer session. First of all, before the proffer session, you had met with Mr. Aval and you had gone over what he was going to relate to the prosecution that you could testify to in order for them to decide whether there was going to be a proffer session at all, right? You did meet with Mr. Aval before the proffer session, right?
I did.
When was Mr. Aval first appointed to represent you? Do you remember that?
No, I do not. It was I got here in October. I met him in November.
So first you came down and you appeared in court and
I didn't come down.
you were extradited.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you waived extradition to come down, correct?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And you, Mr. Aval was not your attorney at the first appearance in court, was he?
No, sir.
Okay. So sometime after that, Mr. Aval indicated to you he had been appointed to represent you, right?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And it was only after that that you had a proffer session with the prosecution, correct?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. At the trial, do you recall testifying that Mr. Baker told you that he had taken gold coins from the safe?
Can you ask that question again, please?
I have an objective statement.
I'll allow this.
Do you recall testifying at the trial for the first time that Austin claimed, you claim, Mr. Baker told you that he had taken gold coins from the safe?
Let me back up a little bit, okay?
Okay.
I was given gold coins when I was dropped off at the airport. Put them
Okay.
in my pocket. Take these. Tell them they came from me. If anybody asks, tell them they came from me. But it's my
From him, right?
But it's my understanding that they did come from the safe.
When you say it's my understanding that they did come from the safe, what do you mean by that? It was my understanding.
What do I mean by my understanding? It's my understanding. I understand that they came from the safe later.
You found that out later.
No, I pretty much knew.
You pretty much knew. Let me go back to the proffer session. In the first proffer on page 172 to 173, there's a question. So you don't know where they came from, the gold coins, and you said, no, I don't.
Can you tell me what line though?
I'm sorry?
Can you tell me what line though?
Page 172, line 28 to page 173, line 1.
That's what I told them, yes.
You told them that you don't know where they came from. Right?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was not.
So you lied to them at the proffer session?
They were asking me to recant something from 7 years ago, so I was doing the best I could. And again, when I was dropped off, I was told, tell them they came from me. So that is the information I regurgitated until everything settled in, and I remembered that he did go through the house.
When did you remember he went through the house?
Excuse me?
When did you remember he went through the house?
When they started asking me more questions.
Well, the first statement I read to you a few minutes ago came from your trial. The trial here, not your trial, Miss Sementilli's trial. Now, her trial occurred after the proffer session, correct?
Yes, sir.
It was just a few weeks ago that you testified at her trial, this trial. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this was after the proffer session, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was certainly after you had been taken to the airport, and you say Mr. Baker gave you some coins, correct?
I'm sorry. What?
What I'm asking you, Mr. Austin, and again, if you don't understand, do what you just did and tell me to repeat it. At the trial, you testified that Mr. Baker took the gold coins from the safe, okay? He got them from the safe, all right? We clear on that?
Yes, sir.
At the proffer session, when you were asked about the gold coins, which was a few weeks before the trial or a month before the trial. You were asked, you don't know where they came from, and you said, no, I don't. And nowhere in the proffer session do you ever indicate that Mr. Baker got them from a safe. All right? You follow me?
Yes, sir.
You agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So between the proffer and the trial, you remember that you got them from Mr. Baker, who got them from the safe?
Yes, sir.
When did you remember that?
Before I had to come to trial.
Did you inform your attorney, Mr. Aval, or the prosecution?
I let
Hey.
my attorney know.
Pardon?
I let my attorney know.
So you let your attorney know before the trial that you remembered now that you had gotten the coins from Mr. Baker and he got them from the safe. Is that right?
He got him from the safe. Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Aval told that to the prosecution?
Or objection, speculation.
It's just name.
Let me go back to in the first proffer session. You recall this statement be told to you by the prosecutor that it's odd to be paid with gold coins, and you don't know if Baker got the coins from the house or from wherever. And then you changed your answer to, well, he probably got them from Fabio's house. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And the question, okay, have you ever seen him with gold coins before? Because that's an odd kind of thing to be making payments in. Your answer was no. Question, so you don't know if he got them from Fabio's house. And you said, but now that you're saying it, he probably got them from Fabio's house. And I was wrong. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
173 lines 1 to 12. So your answer was, but now that you're saying it, he probably got them from Fabio's house. What about what they were saying to you made you remember that?
The fact that I didn't go through the house.
Well, later on in the proffer, this is on the proffer, page 51. You say, but I think he got them from the safe. This is line 26 to 28. And you say, okay. You say, but I think he got them from the safe. They say, okay, and why do you think that? And you say, because he had mentioned that Monica said he has all kinds of stuff that he collects. How do you know that? That's what he told me. So at that point you were saying the reason you thought they came from the safe is because Baker told you that Monica had told him he collects all kinds of stuff. Is that right?
That's what I said.
So is that why you thought he got them from the safe, or is it because Baker told you to say that, or some other reason? Mr. Austin, as you sit here right now, all you know is that you were given some gold coins by Mr. Baker when you were going to the airport. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was just before he dropped you off?
When he dropped me off, he put gold coins in my pocket.
And were they in any kind of container or anything, or just gold coins by themselves?
They were in a sleeve.
In a sleeve.
They were in a sleeve.
All right. And you don't know where those gold coins came from, do you?
I'm assuming they came from the safe, from the house.
You're assuming.
Because I was told that he collects all kinds of things.
So it wasn't because Mr. Baker told you to say that. It was because you assumed because you know he collects all kinds of things.
Again, I didn't go through the house, so whatever he took and grabbed, he gave to me.
So you assume that Fabio collects all kinds of things, so Baker must have gotten those from the safe. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm telling you what I was told.
You what?
I'm telling you what I was told.
By who?
By Baker.
That Fabio collects all kinds of things.
Yes, sir.
Well, how did you know that meant gold coins? Did you care what you were paid at all?
I was disappointed.
I'm sorry?
I was disappointed
Why were you disappointed?
because of my part, the fact that I went.
No, were you disappointed that you only got those gold coins?
It didn't matter.
Pardon?
That didn't matter.
Well, at some point I think you said they were worth $3,000, and later you said they were worth $10,000 or $6,000. You remember giving different figures?
I do.
What were they eventually, did you find out that they were worth?
I remember about six.
Sustained.
But you did cash them in for whatever they were worth, correct?
Sustained.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the issue of what you were told about or not told about insurance money, okay? Is that okay? We got it straight?
I don't think I have any options, so sure.
No, you don't, and you're here to tell the truth, as you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, your original story was that you were told you were coming down to rough up Fabio, right?
Objection,
Sustained.
So originally, you thought you were not going to kill him at all. Is that right?
Yes, we've been through this.
When,
Sustained.
when did you find out for the first time that you were going to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Objection,
Sustained.
At the trial, you recall being asked about insurance money or about why Mr. Baker wanted you to kill Fabio?
Objection, relevant.
I'll hear this.
Remember saying Baker told me about it?
Objection, there's no answer.
There is no answer to that last question.
All right, then I'll withdraw that question. You being asked, what did Baker tell you about it? Meaning insurance money. Remember that question?
Yes, sir.
Remember how you answered?
Enlighten me, please.
I'm sorry?
Enlighten me, please.
She's loaded, she wants them gone, she's going to get paid. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And later on in the trial, do you recall being asked, how did you find out? And you said it was in a phone call. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
I'll hear this. It's over.
Remember Baker saying to you, according to your testimony, she's going to come into some money. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Later on in the trial testimony, Remember Baker telling you, I'm going to get you a ticket, I'm going to send you a card?
Objection, cumulative and relevance as to what he remembers he said.
It's overruled. That's so far.
It should be fine, it's just a job and there's plenty of money. Remember testifying to that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember testifying to Baker saying, if you do this, you can make some money, I'll give you a couple of dollars?
Now I need to see that. Sidebar.
I can hear my youngest torturing Melody. Evidently, she fell into some of the April Fool's Day jokes. Very loud outside the door.
Mr. Austin,
Yes, sir.
isn't it true that throughout your trial testimony, you never mentioned insurance money, except when the prosecution said, well, it was for insurance money? You remember that?
I believe I mentioned it earlier, before I was even brought here.
You remember being told by Mr. Baker, if you do this, you can make some money. I'll give you a couple of dollars. I'll give you a couple of dollars. I can get you anywhere between 30 and 50 grand, and there's plenty more where that came from.
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
And you asked, where's it going to come from? And you said, and he said it was going to come from the defendant. Remember that?
Cumulative.
I'll allow that one question.
That's
You remember
what he,
that?
That's what he told me.
So he didn't say it was going to come from insurance money or any particular source. He said it was going to come from the defendant. Isn't that right?
That's what he told me.
And throughout the time that you discussed with Mr. Baker, did you always understand that you were going to be paid some money for your assistance to him in killing Fabio?
Objection, cumulative.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that every time that money came up, Mr. Baker told you different things about it, some money, she's loaded, whatever, but never used the term insurance money? Isn't that true?
What makes you think that the money came out multiple times?
Are you saying you weren't asked about it multiple times?
You said Baker. He told me about it. And then they started proceeding with a plan.
Yes.
And then money came up later. But he said he's going to get it from the insurance money.
My question is, isn't it true that Baker never mentioned insurance money? He just told you she was loaded, you were going to get money from her, things of that nature. Isn't that the truth?
That is not true.
So are you saying that every time that came up, he mentioned insurance money?
I'm telling you, he mentioned insurance money.
How many times?
Does it matter? Does it matter?
Pardon?
Does it matter?
I'm asking you a question, so it matters. You have to answer it.
A couple?
A couple. When were they?
I don't know.
Did it come up the first time he asked you if you would assist in killing Fabio?
Objection, cumulative.
It's overruled.
I don't remember when it came up. It just came up.
Well, wasn't it something you were interested in from the very beginning, how much you would be paid for this?
Didn't ask.
So it's your testimony then that regardless of whether or not you were going to be paid anything, you were going to come down to L.A. and help him kill Fabio Sementilli, whether you got paid or not. Is that a fair statement?
Cumulative.
Sustained.
were you willing to come down to California, to Los Angeles, and assist in the murder of Fabio Sementilli for no money?
I came down. He told me what he told me. And when everything happened at the restaurant, I thought it was done. So, no, I didn't want to do it.
But you did.
I went with.
Pardon?
I went with.
I can't hear you.
I went with.
You went with. But you did not have to stab him in the neck, did you?
No.
You were doing that to assist Mr. Baker because Fabio was fighting back. Isn't that true? Is that true?
No. Yes, sure. I don't know.
Whatever you did, and we've been through that before, you were willing to do it for no money. Isn't that true?
It's overruled.
I didn't want to do it at all.
But when you ended up doing it, you were doing it because he asked you to, not for any money. Isn't that right?
He mentioned money earlier.
Is that why you did it?
I didn't want to go,
But you went,
but I went.
and you didn't go for the money, right?
I was supposed to just be there. And I
You
didn't
went
want to do it.
because he told you to, Mr. Baker, and he was your friend, and you wanted to help him out. Is that a fair statement?
No, I didn't want to go.
Did he force you?
Not physically.
Okay. If he didn't
But
force
no,
you
he didn't
physically,
force
I'm
me.
sorry.
But no, he didn't force me.
He said not physically. Does that mean he forced you mentally?
You could say that.
Could you explain what that means to the jury, to me?
That's a long road to go back on. And I've been really, really trying not to go back there.
And I
And
understand,
I don't want to go back there.
Mr. Austin, when you committed this murder, you understand there were some consequences to that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the consequences is you have to go back there. We have a trial with someone else who's on trial for murder. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
So you're obligated to tell us the truth, whether you want to go back there or not, which I understand for you is painful, correct?
It's not just painful for me.
But my question is, you did it for mental reasons. You're saying that he had some kind of mental control over you, which caused you to assist him in the murder of someone you had never met for no money, really.
Objection, lady.
I'll allow that.
He told me he was going to give me some money. That's the whole reason I came out there. And when the whole restaurant thing happened and I thought I couldn't do it, I thought it was done. So no money. No money's involved. We're not even doing it. And then when it happened, I guess he felt obligated to give me something.
I'm not talking about his obligation. I'm talking about your expectation. What you're saying is, if he had given you no money, that would have been just as fine with you as if he gave you a few gold coins. Isn't that right?
No.
You would have taken whatever he gave you. Isn't that right?
I took whatever he gave me.
You didn't ask for more.
No, I did not.
Mr. Austin, just a few questions on another point. When you came down the night before and testified that you went to a location where you thought Fabio was going to kill him that night. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember describing when you took the proffer, when you gave the proffer, you testified there, as to what kind of place you were told by Mr. Baker that Fabio was going to be at?
Are you asking me what he told, what he said? Do I remember what he said to me?
Yes, where Fabio was being sent, according to him.
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Remember being told it was a Ralph's Market?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Did you tell the truth?
Objection.
Well, I haven't finished.
Let me hear the
I thought
question.
that was it.
Did you tell the truth during the proffer as to where Mr. Baker told you Fabio was being sent?
I remember saying a store, and I remember them asking what kind of store, and I remember that California is known to have Ralph's, so I started mentioning stores. Like I
You
said,
thought it was a
so
grocery
long.
store, he said,
That's what I thought,
because of what he said.
because he said store.
Okay. And you thought, you didn't think, and you went there that night with him at around 9 o'clock, you said. It was late.
It
and
was
dark.
late. It was dark.
And you
Yes.
said 9 o'clock at the proffer. Was that the truth?
I don't know what time it was. I know it was dark. It was late.
Did you
I
tell
said
the
between
truth?
8 or 9.
Did you answer truthfully at the proffer as to what time, Mr. Baker, what time you believed it was when you were at the store?
I guessed the time.
And concerning the knives, Mr. Austin, well, let me ask you this right now. How many knives are you saying Mr. Baker purchased at the store?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Isn't the truth that there was only one knife purchased at the store?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
If there were, is your testimony now that each of you had a knife?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
Is it your testimony now that you and Mr. Baker both buried the knives you used to kill Fabio?
I don't remember saying that.
Pardon?
I don't remember saying that, sir.
No, I'm asking you.
If
Did you and Mr. Baker that night both bury the knives that you had and used to kill Fabio?
Objection to speculation.
Sustained.
You buried your knife,
yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you knew Mr. Baker buried his knife, correct?
Objection again. A student's not throwing evidence in speculation.
Sustained.
At the proffer, didn't you, when you were first asked to describe how many knives were bought, say one knife? Isn't that what you said?
I said 1 or 2. It was hard for me to remember. Maybe one knife was bought.
Is it hard to
Maybe both.
remember now?
Still, yes.
So you don't know whether there was one knife or two knives?
I know knives were bought.
Knives were bought, more than one. And that was the truth when you told it then, and that's what you believe now. Is that right?
That's what I believe.
All right, I have nothing further.
Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. It may be a little longer. I have some matters from this morning's calendar with different cases I have to handle. If you have minutes and applause, let's see back here in about 15 minutes-ish.
Of course it's going to be a little longer. You didn't even need to say that. That's how it is every time.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can ask him one final question.
So you don't have to bring anyone back? Well, it might be two. You have testified that there were many three-way calls between you and Mr. Birdsong and Mr. Baker, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If I told you there was no record of three-way calls between the three of you, would that change your testimony?
Objection seems facts not in evidence.
It's argumentative to stand on that ground.
How many three-way calls do you recall having participated in throughout this case with Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
And none of those calls involved Monica Sementilli, did they?
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
All right.
See you back about 15 minutes.
Well, that was pointless. All right, so 15-ish minutes. Probably be closer to 30 minutes. I'm gonna go get more coffee, and I will be back shortly. Does anybody have any guesses as to when they might do closing arguments? I'm going to say tomorrow. That's probably pushing it, but I'm hopeful. Such a long trial. It's probably better not to have a guess. I was saying for a while that I thought the trial would only take a few more weeks, and then it just has been forever. That is exactly what I was thinking and feeling before, but then watching him on the stand and saying that he wasn't going to go there, didn't want to go back there, I 100% agree with you. Something is really bad that happened before. Well, that, and I haven't been able to find anything on Chris's dad. I just really wanted to get the feel of his family and who was where and what did they do for a profession, just things like that. Because that's supposed to be Robert's best friend, and yet it sounds like he hung out with Chris more than his best friend. And something is just odd about that. Something was said on either the 35th day or the 34th day, but something was said alluding to Baker starting to have Austin get into the industry. They didn't say anything else. There was nothing else to any of it, but yeah, so that could be maybe things that had happened before, and then he was starting to do that, and just bad people doing bad things. The Kimberly Sullivan trial. If any of you have not seen it, I did a quick little video on it the other day. That one's gonna be crazy. And I, with me not having any power the last couple days, I spent a lot of my time reading over that case and what's going on. And they've been putting more and more information out daily because the stepson, who's 32, is finally free and he is talking to everybody. Pictures were released. I'm doing a video on that later today. I'll have all that up. It is crazy. And I've been hunting down, trying to find her 2 daughters. I think they're adults, and they knew what was going on, and they didn't do anything to stop it. Wow, they're back. I am shocked.
I promise you I just have a very, very, very brief question on the gold coins that we've talked about a lot. Defense counsel read to you then the first day of the proffer where you stated that you didn't know where the coins came from, and then you testified that you thought about it, right? Is that yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So to put in context then, and this is the day 2 of the proffer, page 49, line 11 for counsel. The prosecutors, which is myself and Ms. Silverman, asked you regarding the day of the 23rd. Did he ever talk, he being Baker, about wanting to find anything in the house? And you said no. We asked you, did he ever talk about any kind of objects in the home that he was interested in getting into or taking? And you said yeah. We questioned you on what? And you said prior to going to the house, I remember him saying something about he either had the code for the safe or Monica was going to leave the safe unlocked for him to just go in it. I don't know which one. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
So sitting here now, do you recall Mr. Baker talking to you about there being a safe there?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you further stated that's what I overheard him saying to me. And we kind of clarified, what do you mean? You said that's what he said to me. You were asked, do you know where the safe is? To which you answered that you didn't know where it was, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. From that line of questioning is when defense counsel was reading you the transcript. So Baker told you to say that you got the coins from Baker, and you said yes. We questioned you, but did you get them from Baker? And you answered, I think he got them from the safe. Is this where you determined or came to the belief that they came from the safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And just to be clear, you're not stating that you ever saw him get them from the safe, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
This is how you independently came to determine that those coins that you originally just saw him give to you came from the safe. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you further stated because he had mentioned that Monica said he has all kinds of stuff that he collects. Baker told me that Monica said he has all kinds of, so I think they've been talking a lot when he said that to me, basically. So that's where you're referring to. You think, since you were asked how you think that Monica told him the coins are in the safe.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Direct?
I guess my only question is, Mr. Austin, when you were first asked, and I read from you from the proffer and at your trial, when you were asked at your trial after the proffer, did you ever see gold coins? Did you ever get gold coins from Mr. Baker from the safe? And did you ever see him get coins from the safe? Did you know where the gold coins came from? You said no. Remember that at the trial?
Do I remember? Sure.
Okay. And the question is, why didn't you say then, well, I assume they're from the safe because Monica said he collects them and he told me to do... why didn't you just answer, yeah, I knew he got them from the safe?
I did not answer, yeah, I knew he got them from the safe. Because that would indicate that I saw him get them from the safe. They could have been on the dresser. They could have been in the safe. They could have been in the bathroom. I don't know, but I'm assuming he got them from the safe, since that's something you might want to keep in a safe.
Since that's something you might want to keep in a safe.
Sorry?
I have nothing
Another question?
Anything further, other people?
No.
All right, we're going to take a short recess while we get the courtroom ready for the next witness. When I say short recess, go outside, do a couple of deep knee bends, and I'm going to call you back in. The admission applies.
Well, that's annoying. While he gets it ready for the next witness. Wonder who that's gonna be. Or if they're bringing Baker back in. Yeah, I'm thinking it probably might be Baker. I have my mic unmuted right now, so if you hear anything, it's just them out there. They're playing, but they're being pretty loud.
Also now, President, thank you for your patience. I'm told he actually did deep knee bends. As soon as I sent you out, I regretted it because I don't work my legs. I go to the gym every day. I don't work my
Adam Dawson?
Face me, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and understand.
Thank you, Ms. Bedich, as always.
And for the record, please say and spell your first and last name.
Adam, A-D-A-M, Dawson, D-A-W-S-O-N.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Dawson, what is your occupation?
I am a private investigator licensed by the state of California and have been since 1989.
What did you do before that?
I was a newspaper reporter for about 17 years.
What made you switch to private investigating?
I'm not sure.
Are you licensed in the state of California?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell us briefly your background and experience in the field of investigating, private investigating, and for who you work for?
I made the switch. I was, quote, an investigative reporter. Made the switch to private investigating. Syracuse University. The newspaper reporters don't get paid a whole lot, and so I thought this might be a better field for me, a better fit. And in the...
Could you talk into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. In the 36 years, I've worked for maybe 100 law firms and lawyers, everything from the largest law firms in the state to one-person law firms. I do both civil and criminal work, and some work that doesn't involve either, doesn't involve litigation of any kind.
Ever worked for the prosecution or a government agency?
Yes, I have.
Which government agency?
The Commission on Judicial Performance.
Don't look at me.
And I was the senior or chief investigator for the Los Angeles County Commission on Jail Violence and a second commission on LA Sheriff's Deputy Gangs. I was the senior investigator. Also maybe the only investigator, but that was the title they gave me.
And obviously you get compensated for your work.
Yes.
Even in this case.
Yes.
Mr. Dawson, have you worked for me before in investigating matters in which I was involved as a defense attorney?
Yes.
Approximately how many cases?
In 30 years, I mean, you're not the client that I've done the most work for.
Really?
Sorry. I couldn't even begin to guess.
Several.
Oh, yeah, it's substantial. I'm sorry.
And have you worked for Ms. Burke before?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained to work on this case as well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And spent many hours doing so, as I recall.
Yes, sir.
One of those services that you performed in this case, correct me if I'm wrong, involved Mr. Baker, is that correct?
Yes.
And just to speed this up a little bit, did I have you accompany me every time I interviewed Mr. Baker?
Yes.
And is that, in your experience, standard for an attorney to have with him an investigator take notes and record the substance of the conversation?
Yes, and to be the potential witness.
Because an attorney shouldn't be testifying in his own case.
Correct.
Fair enough?
Correct.
And you've done that for hundreds of attorneys besides myself. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, the question came up about documenting the interviews. How do you document the contents of the interviews you engage in?
I take notes. My standard practice is when I return to my office as soon as possible, I generate a report based on those notes and based on my memory. And then I destroy the notes.
Do you tape record the interviews that you attend?
No, I do not.
Why not?
Well, several reasons. First is California is a two-party state. Both parties to a conversation have to agree to the taping. So I could not, it would be illegal for me, it'd be what's called a wobbler, either a misdemeanor or a felony, could be either or, for me to stick a cell phone or a recording device in my pocket and record a conversation that I was having with, for example, the district attorney.
What if you got permission?
If I got permission?
From the second party, yes.
If I got permission, it would be legal to do it under certain circumstances. It would generate an awful lot of work. I mean, I do between 75 and 100 cases a year. You can imagine the number of interviews I would have.
What about other agencies that do not tape record?
Well, the FBI doesn't tape record. That's been.
What's this thing? Strike it.
Is it your understanding that you can obtain and document the important parts of conversations as easily in writing them as you can by tape recording them?
Yes.
However, in this case, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. Did I ask you to accompany me every time I went and made an appointment to interview Mr. Baker?
Yes.
And at some point, based on issues that arose in this case, did you seek permission from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department to tape record any of those conversations?
Well, based on my years of experience, I know that the sheriff doesn't allow it, but when we were out at North County Correctional Facility out in Santa Clarita, I asked at the control booth, would we be allowed to record the conversation that we were having? And it was a face-to-face conversation, much like this conversation we're having, as opposed to behind glass. And they said, no, sheriff's policy, absolutely not.
So even if you had wanted to tape record, you would not have been able to do so. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, were you informed by me at some point that Mr. Baker had pled guilty to the charges in this case with no prior deal or agreement with the prosecution?
I believe so.
And following that, were you aware that I had obtained permission from the court and his attorney to interview him regarding the facts and circumstances of this case?
Yes.
And did I ask you to accompany me on each of those interviews?
Yes.
And did you take notes and prepare reports on each of those interviews?
Yes, I did.
And did you turn those reports and notes over to the prosecution?
I turned them over to you and Mr. Babbage. I was told you then passed them out to the prosecution.
You were told they were going to be supplied to the prosecution?
Yes.
Now, approximately how many times, well, let me ask you this. Did you document every time you went and accompanied me in an interview of Mr. Baker?
Yes.
You know how many times we went and we interviewed him?
Off the top of my head, I would have to say 10. But it may be one more, one less.
Okay? And each time that we had to make an appointment with the Sheriff's Department to do so, is that correct?
Yes. And we had to present the order we got from the judge that we could visit Mr. Baker in face-to-face conversation. And what I mean by face-to-face, again, most of the visits in the jail facilities are the attorney will be on one side of a glass, behind a glass wall, and the inmate on the other side. And we didn't want that. We wanted a face-to-face, and because we wanted to discuss discovery and other items.
All right, on the first time we met with Mr. Baker, do you recall the substance or the general topic of that conversation?
Yes.
What was it?
We asked, after introducing ourselves, we asked Mr. Baker, both of us actually, I think you did first, that we wanted the truth, and that was all that we were interested in. And as to what happened on the evening of the 23rd.
The night that Fabio Sementilli of the day was murdered.
Yes.
And the facts and circumstances surrounding that murder, correct?
Yes.
Did we ask him initially if Monica Sementilli, as far as he knew anything about or was involved in the planning or execution of that murder?
Yes, we did.
And what did he indicate?
He said, no, absolutely not. She did not know anything about it and had no role in the planning of the murder.
Did we ask him if he was willing to testify as a witness in this case?
I believe we did at the first meeting.
And what did he say?
He said yes.
Did we also tell him that we would not use him as a witness unless he was willing to testify truthfully about every question we asked?
And any question that the prosecutor asked.
In court?
Yes.
And did he agree to do so?
With initially with the caveat that he wouldn't name the killer, the second killer.
He said he would not name the individual who accompanied him in the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
That's correct.
The person we now know as Christopher Austin.
That is correct.
Did he indicate why?
Not.
It's all right. It's a prior consistent statement. It's rules.
He did not say that at the initial interview.
Objection.
Yeah.
Which interview is this? The date?
This is the initial interview. I don't know the date. What is it?
I'm happy to ask him. Do you have a record of all the interviews we had of Mr. Baker?
Yeah, I have my reports, yes.
You have them with you?
Yes, I have a copy with me.
Okay. So let's go chronologically. Do you recall the first date that we went and visited Mr. Baker after we got permission to do so?
Can I look at my reports?
Is that okay, Your Honor? Sure.
Thank you. The initial interview was August 7th of 2023. And I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, let me ask you this before we get to that. Was that the first interview we had of him?
Yes.
Was that a interview of any substance or just an introduction, or do you recall?
We didn't get into too much substance. He was somewhat reluctant. He, being Mr. Baker, was somewhat reluctant to talk. He had seen us in court, but he had never spoken with us before, so he didn't know us.
Did we indicate to him he could have his attorney present if he wanted to?
I believe we did. I believe you did.
And that we'd had permission from his attorney and the court to interview him.
Yes.
Did he agree to speak with us?
Yes.
Can you tell us the substance of that first interview? What was discussed?
As forms this thing.
At some point, well, the question that we were referring to was, he said he would tell the truth about everything except who the second murderer was with him. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, it's overruled. It's progress or inconsistent statement.
And did he tell you why he was not willing to name the second murderer?
There's a couple of reasons. Mostly, he didn't want to. He was worried about being identified as a snitch, is the word he used, when he went to state prison. And he felt that he told us that identifying the second killer would get him a snitch jacket, as he referred to it.
What is a snitch jacket?
It's someone that the other inmates have identified as an informant, and that's not highly thought of inside the state prison system by other inmates.
Might be dangerous.
Yeah.
Did he have a second reason for not identifying who we ended up learning to be Mr. Austin?
I would have to look at my report.
All right, would you do so?
Okay.
Do you feel any responsibility for Mr. Austin having been with him on the date of the murder?
Not at that first interview. Later on, when he finally identified Mr. Austin, he said that he felt responsible. Austin was the son of someone he had grown up with back in North Carolina, and he felt responsible for Mr. Austin, and he said that is why he didn't identify him.
Sure.
Wanted to protect him by not identifying him, but was perfectly fine having him go along and do this and run the risk of life in prison. This is a very long sidebar. I feel like we're really close to the end. Like, I still think closing arguments is probably going to be tomorrow, but I could maybe kind of see it today. They're 3 hours behind me, so it's about to be noon their time.
Austin, let's proceed chronologically, and using your reports, if you need to refresh your memory as to the contents of the interviews with Mr. Baker.
Okay.
All right? The first one you said was what date?
First one was August 7th of 2023.
And on that date, what was the general subject matter of the conversation?
The general subject matter was the murder of Fabio Sementilli and his role in it, Monica's role in it. Did she have any role in it? He's saying she had no role in it. That was the general tone of the general content of the conversation.
At any point during any of the conversations or interviews we had with Mr. Baker, did he ever indicate that Ms. Sementilli, the defendant in this case, had any role or responsibility for the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
No, never. He always said she did not have any role in the killing or the planning of the murder.
And did he then answer our questions as to what his role was in the murder?
He did, and he was relatively straightforward about it, although there were some inconsistencies, if you will.
Well, let me ask you this. You said that he would not name the second murderer. Is that correct?
That was his original position, yes.
Well, at some point he mentioned someone by the name of Jaybird. Is that right?
The third, if I remember correctly, it was about the third interview we had with him. He mentioned, or he identified the second killer as someone he knew by the name of Jaybird or Jalen. He didn't really know his real name, didn't know his last name, hadn't seen him since the murder.
What role did he say Jaybird had in the...
He said Jaybird was the lookout, and he that was his only role. He wanted an extra set of eyes. Mr. Baker said he wanted an extra set of eyes in case someone from the Sementilli family came home, and he said that's what Jaybird's role was supposed to be.
Was he able to give any identifying information as to where Jaybird lived, where he could be contacted, so forth?
Well,
Objection hearsay.
That's overruled.
he did tell us some things, but never enough to actually locate anybody or prove the existence of this person, Jaybird. And, you know, you and I both agree that he was probably not being honest with us at that point.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Stricken.
Did we indicate, or did you, well, both of us indicate to Mr. Baker that he would not be called as a witness unless he was willing to tell the truth about everything?
Absolutely.
And did we question his honesty in naming Jaybird as the second killer?
Yes, we did.
At some point, did he agree that Jaybird was not the second killer?
Yes.
And how far in was that in the number of interviews we had with Mr. Baker?
I would.
Or can you put a time on it?
Can I look at my notes?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
I think you've been given permission to do that.
It was November 12th of 2024. So this would be 4 or 5. About the 5th interview in.
What was the date of the first interview?
First interview was August 7th of 2023.
And when did Mr. Baker enter his plea of his admission of guilt?
I think it was July of 2023.
So we saw him approximately a month after that.
Roughly, yeah.
All right. Prior to that, we would not have been permitted to see him because he had his own attorney and he was an active defendant in the case. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So, when Mr. Baker finally did he finally at some point admit that Mr. Austin was the second killer?
Yes.
And when was that chronologically in the interviews we had with him?
Again, that was November 12th of 2024.
And what event had occurred, if you know, before then, that may have played a role in his identifying Mr. Austin as the second killer?
Mr. Austin had finally been arrested, had waived extradition, and had come down to Los Angeles. I believe he had also proffered, meaning he had a session with the district attorney's office and the LAPD.
Did we see him immediately after we learned he had entered a plea in the case as the second murderer?
I'm sorry, when you say him, I'm confused.
Did we see Mr. Austin immediately, Mr. Baker immediately after Mr. Austin had entered a plea of guilty, no contest in this case?
That wasn't until the January of 2025 visit that we told him that Austin had entered a plea. I don't remember the date that he entered the plea, but you guys would know.
Was there a visit with Mr. Austin, Mr. Baker in November?
Yes, November
24?
November 24. That's when we had told him that Austin was going to make a deal. He'd been arrested, been extradited, and he'd been interviewed in Vancouver, Washington.
And had confessed?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Did he confirm that Mr. Austin was the second murderer at that time?
Yes, he said that Jalen didn't exist and it was really Christopher Austin.
Did he tell us why he had lied about that and said it was Jaybird before then?
He felt he was, yes, he did. He felt he was responsible for getting Mr. Austin involved in the murder, and he felt he was trying to protect him, is what he told us.
And was there any need to protect him now that he had pled guilty?
He felt there wasn't.
Did we continue then seeing him and asking him to tell the truth about what had happened concerning the entire murder planning and the event?
Yes, we did. And we reminded him that we could not put, if we felt he was lying, we could not put him on the witness stand.
And did he describe the manner in which he planned and carried out the murder with Mr. Austin?
Yes, he did.
And at any time did he indicate that Ms. Sementilli was involved in that?
No, he never did.
Did he say she was or was not?
Said she was not.
Was that consistent throughout all the interviews?
Yes.
Now, when he named Mr. Austin, other than that, did he now agree to tell the whole truth about everything that happened, including Mr. Austin's role?
Yes, once he started, he agreed. He told us that he was telling us the truth.
Did he ever request any documents from us, Mr. Dawson? Anything that he wanted to read, if he could, that we could supply him?
Yes, he
What
did.
was that?
He said he had never seen the discovery in the case. And the
Did you
discovery,
tell the jury what discovery is?
before trial, both sides share information that they have. For example, that notebook that's in front of the DA. The contents of that notebook, I am sure, were provided to the defense at some point in time. Just as the contents of that notebook and my reports were provided to the prosecution. That's discovery.
Regarding the evidence in the case.
Yes, and there were, I don't remember the exact total of but I would not be surprised if there were 200,000 pages of discovery. I mean, transcripts, reports, memos.
Did Mr. Baker indicate to you whether or not his attorney, as was his duty, shared the discovery with him throughout the presentation of Mr. Baker?
He said, Mr. Baker said that other than the DNA evidence, he did not see any of the discovery, and his attorney didn't show him any of the discovery. And since we knew he was in custody, obviously, Mr. Baker, we felt that was something that we could check to see how many times his attorney had visited him.
Your Honor, I have a item, 14-page item. Could it be marked Exhibit 634? It is a subpoena due to take him and the response from
635.
635. Mr. Dawson, I'm showing you the face sheet of Exhibit 635. Does that appear to be the subpoena that you served on the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department?
I didn't serve it. I caused it to be drafted, and I caused someone else to serve it.
Okay. And what did it request?
Annual records and logs that document the dates and locations of jail visits between Robert Baker and Michael and his attorney between June 1st of 2017 and December 31st of 2023.
And during that 6-year period up into the sentencing of Mr. Baker, was Mr. Simran his sole attorney?
I think the first week or so, Mr. Baker may have had a different attorney, but after the first week, Mr. Simran was his attorney.
And without putting all those items up on the display, can you tell us what the results were of that subpoena concerning the number of times Mr. Simran had visited with his client, Robert Baker?
Yes. The documents that the Sheriff's Department furnished us showed that there were 3 visits and one that they labeled indicated he didn't want to come out of his cell and see the inmate, didn't want to come out visiting him.
So 3 in-person visits.
That's what it shows. And they were all at county jail. And they were the 2 that are dated are 2019, dated in 2019, and there is one that is not dated. Unusual that's not dated, but you know.
That was a result of the subpoena to the Sheriff's Department.
Yes, I have the exact dates if that makes a difference.
Well, if you would, there are only 3, is that correct?
Yeah, one was dated January 16th of 2019. The other was dated May 8th of 2019. The third one is not dated, and then there was one that's labeled court refusal, which is my understanding is the inmate just stayed in the cell, didn't want to come out.
Now, that does not, I assume, include the number of times Mr. Baker may have spoken on the phone with Mr. Simran.
Yes, that does not.
And I assume it does not include the number of times that Mr. Baker could have conferred with Mr. Simran when he was in court with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, that does not include that.
By contrast, do you know approximately how many times the attorneys for Ms. Sementilli has visited her?
Objection relevance.
So overruled.
Dozens and dozens of times.
Over 100, would you say?
Could be, but it's close to that, if
Okay.
not.
All right.
So overruled.
And as a result of that, did Mr. Baker ask to see some of the discovery in this case?
He told us that his attorney had never shown him the discovery in the case. So he asked us to show him the discovery in the case. He asked for specific things, and we strung him along and didn't give him anything.
What did we show him, if you recall?
We showed him in one of the early visits, we showed Mr. Baker the video that we call the jogger video, which shows two men in sweatshirts with
The one that's been seen and is an exhibit in this case.
oh yeah, okay, yes, that one. And we did show him some pictures of the murder scene, where, and I think those are still pictures of Fabio Sementilli, deceased, on the patio area.
And did he in fact say he's thought about that a great deal since then?
Yes, he said he thought about that and Fabio every day.
Okay. But he's the one who requested to see the photos of him that showed him deceased. Is that correct?
Yes.
What else did we show him, if you recall, undocumented?
We did not show him anything else. We tried to play for him some of the what I guess we're calling the overhears, and you played about 4 of them, if I remember. But the voice quality of the recording or the acoustics were so bad, you couldn't really tell what was being said. So you stopped it after about 4. And then I read to him the transcript of one of the overhears.
That involved him?
Yes, it was he and Miss Sementilli.
And did he indicate he had never been played that before by his own attorney?
Yes, he did.
Now, after Mr. Austin pled, did he ask us for a recording of Mr. Austin's interviews and his plea?
He asked for transcripts, or if he could hear the recording or a transcript.
Did we give it to him?
No.
Did we supply Mr. Baker
Didn't
with
read it
any...
to him either.
I'm sorry?
Didn't read it to him either.
Just told him what the contents were.
We summarized the contents.
Did we supply Mr. Baker with any of the discovery for him to take with him and keep with him in the jail cell?
No.
And everything we discussed with him concerning the discovery, did it involve evidence connecting him to the crime? Involving him?
Yes.
Did we tell him that whether or not Mr. Austin had received a deal or a lenient sentence in exchange for his testimony?
Yes, we did.
Did he indicate to us whether or not his attorney had told him he could have received the same deal?
He told us that his attorney told him that he could receive that kind of a deal.
If?
Yes, if he laid out Mrs. Sementilli.
That's overruled.
What if he just indicated who the second murderer was? Did he say his attorney said he could have received the deal then?
Mr. Baker.
Object again to 2 levels of precinct. 3.
No, I'm going to allow this.
Mr. Baker said that the district attorney's office wanted Ms. Sementilli, and that they would probably overlook or ignore the second killer if he was able to give them Ms. Sementilli.
And did he agree to testify against either of them in exchange for a deal?
Objection assumes facts and then evidence.
I'll allow it.
Mr. Baker pled straight up to life without parole. He made no deal. Nobody made him any promises, least of all us, that's for sure.
Did he tell us why he would not testify against Ms. Sementilli even if he got a deal?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, he did.
Excuse me a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I will allow this one.
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
He said he couldn't do that because that didn't happen, because she had no involvement.
And did he indicate he was willing to testify to that on the witness stand if called as a witness?
Yes, he did.
But was he also told he would have to tell the truth about everything or we would not call him?
He was reminded of that numerous times.
Now, the number of times we went to visit him, were some of those due to the fact that we had indicated we did not believe he was telling the truth about the second murderer?
Yes.
And eventually he, after Mr. Austin pled, he told us what he said was Austin's complete role in the case. Is that right?
I think that was actually before the plea that he told us what Austin's role was.
Right?
And that
Austin's a rep. Baker ever supply us with a letter or anything of that nature that he wanted to be given to Ms. Sementilli?
Yes, at our first initial visit, he said he had drafted a letter that he was going to send to Mrs. Sementilli.
Did he send it, as far as you know?
As far as I know, no, because I took possession of the letter from Mr. Baker. We scanned that in, and we gave copies to the district attorney's office.
And is that letter now an exhibit in this case?
I think it is. I mean, I was told it was, but I have no first-hand knowledge.
The record reflected exhibit 61 is that letter, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that's 628.
I'm sorry, 628.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. So that letter was, a copy was provided to the district attorney and the original was brought to court. Is that correct?
Yes, I kept possession of the original until the trial started, when I handed it to Mr. Babbage.
And the letter was never provided to Ms. Sementilli?
No.
Mr. Dawson, at any time did you or did I, in your presence, tell Mr. Baker what we wanted him to say as a witness in this case?
Other than to tell the truth, no.
Did we ever provide him or write or give him any documents which spelled out how we wanted him to testify in this case?
No, absolutely not.
And was he told he would not be allowed to testify unless he told the truth?
We would not call him as a witness if he didn't tell the truth.
Did we discuss some of the evidence with him in addition to what you've talked about?
In addition to what we've talked about?
Show him any other exhibits, show him any other reports?
I don't think so.
Did we ever give him any police reports, for instance?
No,
Did we ever read him any police reports?
no.
Other than describing the plea of Mr. Austin, did we describe to him in detail any of the things we wanted him to testify about?
No. We just told him, we want him to testify about his role and the fact that, Monica had no role in the killing.
And did we tell him what the evidence was against him in this case?
We told him some of the evidence.
They did not provide it with him with those items.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, one moment, Your Honor. Now, you've already, your reports have already been discussed in this case when Mr. Baker was on the stand. Did you do your best to document everything Mr. Baker said of any importance or relevance in this case in your reports?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Stigl.
Thank you. Mr. Dawson?
Hi.
Good morning.
Morning.
Morning. All right, so as the investigator then, you have worked with Mr. Levine for how long?
Off and on. I mean, it's not a full-time employment. I mean, I have a number of cases open at any specific point in time. I have worked cases for Mr. Levine for probably 30 years.
Okay.
Off and on.
And then Ms. Burke, you've worked with her in the past as well, too?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So
And again, I mean, you know, everything from your now boss to all sorts of lawyers.
my boss.
Mr. Hockman.
Okay. As a prosecutor.
No, when he was in private practice.
Okay. As a defense attorney.
Were they both criminal? Yes, I think they're both
Okay.
criminal.
So when earlier you said that you'd worked for the prosecution, you've never worked for the prosecution.
He asked me if I worked for any state agency.
And he said prosecution.
He said prosecution or state agency.
Right. And you answered yes. I'm just asking you. You never worked for the prosecution.
You mean the DA's office?
That's the prosecution.
So is the U.S. Attorney's office. No, I have never worked for the DA's office.
Have you worked for the U.S. Attorney's office?
We have presented cases on behalf of victims to the U.S. Attorney's office and then helped gather information that resulted in prosecutions. But as a direct employee, no.
Okay. So now, as far as your practice, you testified that what you do then is you interview, and for the past 30 years, has it always been the same where you go out, you interview whoever, I guess the client, defendant, whatever the term is for the person, you interview that person and you take handwritten notes? Is that your practice for the last 30 years?
36 years, yes.
36 years, sorry. So you take handwritten notes and then you testified that you go back and, is the term you destroy the notes?
I'm sorry.
What do you do with those notes after you write your report?
After I write the report and after I review to make sure that they match, then yes, then I destroy the notes. I shred them.
You shred them?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
So is it accurate then, the report, I mean, I have an example. I'm holding up an example. I'm sure you recognize it. Your format then is to number items 1 through however many, whether it be 20, 10 points, and you write short paragraphs from your notes. Is that accurate?
Well, also from my memory.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, the notes are taken to refresh, if you will, or the same reason, you know, you guys take notes in court, even though you get a transcript.
So again, do you summarize then from your notes into sentences that are numbered 1 through however number, whether it be 5, 10, 20, 30, something of that nature? Is that your normal practice?
Typically.
Well, when do you do it differently?
If, for example, our conversation consists of someone saying, I don't want to talk to you, Adam. I'm not going to number the paragraphs. I'm just going to say the person said he wasn't going to talk to me. It's one paragraph. I am not going to number that paragraph.
All right. So other than that, everything's numbered.
Typically, you know, I mean, there are times where I don't number, just forgot or didn't do it.
Forgot to number it? Is that what you?
Yeah, there are times.
Okay. So you go and you take raw notes, and then you take those raw notes, and then when do you go back and prepare your report?
Usually the same day, sometimes the next day.
And when do you destroy your handwritten notes?
Maybe a day or two after that. If I go back and review the notes and the report, then I might destroy it 2 days later. If I don't get a chance to go back to 3 or 4 days, it'll be 3 or 4 days.
And then why do you destroy your handwritten notes, which is what you took during the time that you're interviewing the person?
Why?
Yes.
Well, a couple of reasons. Because of the nature of and the size of my practice, I guess, saving notes is just impractical.
Is it
And
impractical? Oh, go ahead.
And once I have the report, and the report has everything the person said, why would I need to save the notes?
Well, do you consider it impractical to destroy the notes when you might be called to testify in a murder trial?
Impractical meaning if you handle 75 to 125 cases a year and you start interviewing, some of those cases are one interview cases, the amount of paperwork would be off the charts.
All right, so the paperwork then is too much, so you destroy the notes and just reduce it down to a numbered paragraph report. Is that correct?
More or less.
All right. You also testified that you don't tape record. And now, in this particular situation, you didn't tape record any of the interviews, or record, I guess is the term, any of the interviews with Mr. Baker, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever attempt to seek a court order to take the recording device in to record him?
Me get a court order?
Well, you refer to we a lot, you and Mr. Levine collectively.
I think you'd have to ask the attorneys for that. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know how the judge would react if I walked into court and asked for an order.
Well, have you been working with Mr. Levine for 30-some years on multiple cases? In your experience, have you asked for a court order to record a defendant that you're interviewing for Mr. Levine in custody?
No.
All right. You also mentioned that you had, when Mr. Baker wanted to hear, he found out that Mr. Austin was arrested, and he also found out that Mr. Austin was considering or had done a proffer. Your testimony is that you did not read any of his statements to him, like Mr. Baker testified in court to this jury.
I wasn't here when Mr. Baker testified
All right.
to that one way or the other.
So if I were to tell you that Mr. Baker testified in this courtroom to this jury that the transcripts of Mr. Austin, at least portions of them, were read to him by the defense team, which would include you, is that an accurate statement?
No, he's mistaken.
Mistaken, or he lied?
Objection, call for a conclusion. Speculation.
Sustained.
One second. Okay. So when this, you talked about tape recording, and so you didn't attempt ever to record Mr. Baker, nor, to your knowledge, did anyone ask for the court permission to record his 12 interviews that you had with him, right?
I'm sorry, I lost you.
Did you attempt, out of 12 interviews with Mr. Baker, to get a court order with your team, can I finish my sentence? I know you want to answer.
Sure.
To record Mr. Baker.
I never asked for a court order to
Okay,
record
thank you.
Mr. Baker.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you. So, as far as the two-party consent, you said that you don't record anybody, right?
there are a couple of exceptions.
What are those exceptions?
Under California law, if you're gathering evidence of certain crimes, extortion, murder, I think there's 6 crimes, I can't remember the 6, then you are allowed to secretly record somebody. But other than barring those exceptions, it would be illegal for me to surreptitiously record somebody.
Of course. And I didn't say surreptitiously, I said record. So as far as recording other individuals, these are your typically clients that you're going out to interview.
No, I typically don't interview the clients. The lawyer has the contact with the clients. I typically interview other people, other potential witnesses, just things like that.
For the defense team, correct?
In a criminal case, yes.
Okay, so when you're interviewing witnesses for the defense team, again, you testified repeatedly on direct exam. When you are interviewing defense witnesses, do you ask them for consent to record them?
Typically, no, because I have found over the years that people get a little worried or a little reluctant to be recorded, and it doesn't, you know, it makes conversations very stilted. And I know from talking to many of the witnesses in this case who were recorded that nobody asked them for permission to record.
So you don't record because you're worried about how they'll answer the question. Is that fair?
How or whether they will answer the question. Yeah.
All right. But would you agree that if you were to record someone during an interview, that's the best evidence to actually hear what the person said, how the conversation went, and how they responded to questions and answers? Would you agree that that's the most effective way?
If I was allowed to surreptitiously record somebody, then I would agree with you. But if I'm not allowed to surreptitiously record somebody, I have to put this box or a phone or a recording device on the table and say, hey, is it okay if I record you? No. The answer is no.
Okay. And in your opinion, is that because that person doesn't want to be locked into a statement?
A lot of people are just reluctant to be recorded. They don't like it.
Okay.
And I don't know what the psychological reasons are, but it's been my experience of interviewing people over more than 50 years. This is what I have learned.
In this case, did you ask any of the people that you worked for, Mr. Levine and Ms. Burke, did you ask any of these witnesses if they would agree to be recorded?
No.
Did you ask Ms. Obad, Deborah Obad, if she'd agree to be recorded?
No.
And you interviewed her multiple times as well, correct?
I think 3, maybe 4 times.
Okay, but you didn't
Although
even
one
ask.
of them was really a very, 2-minute conversation.
But you didn't even ask?
No.
Okay. So same situation for Ms. Obad. You interviewed her, and then you reduced it to your typed, numbered paragraphs, and then you destroyed your notes. Is that correct?
With one caveat, after you and Ms. Silverman, my understanding is you and Ms. Silverman asked Mr. Levine if I would save my notes. And so then I saved the notes.
Okay.
And they were turned over to you guys. And I don't remember, I think one or two of the OBAD interviews, the notes were turned over. I'm not sure either way, but I know the last couple of Baker interviews were.
Okay. So when you were asked then by the prosecution in this case to preserve those notes and turn them over to the prosecution, then you complied and did not destroy them, correct?
You didn't ask me, you asked the lawyers. The lawyers asked me.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, going through, is it fair that when you reduce down your handwritten notes to your reports, is it fair that there's things in your report, your typed report, that aren't in your handwritten notes?
Yes.
Okay. For example, in the March interview that you did with Mr. Baker, you talked a lot about, or you put in your notes that he mentioned all this GPS tracking, about putting a GPS on the Porsche and the F-150, and when he removed it. You remember that in your report?
Reasonably so.
Well, you wrote it, right?
That was, a month ago.
Would you like to take a look at your March 11th report, and it's lines 9 and 10, or paragraphs 9 and 10?
Sure.
Okay.
That's them. It's
Yeah.
their screen.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay. So you wrote that in your written report then about the GPS, and that was when he first mentioned it was right before trial. March 11th, 2025 was the first time he brought up GPS. We'd already started trial, right?
Yes.
So that was the first time that he talked about how he could track Fabio with GPS, and this story about putting it on the Porsche and the F-150. And again, that was put into your report on March 11th, 2025 after we started trial, right?
Yeah, we had seen,
Is that
there was
yes?
evidence in I think his MasterCard bill showing a purchase from Amazon
Okay,
of a tracking device, and I think that may have prompted the question.
from like 7 months before,
Yeah, but that,
Right.
7 months before.
and that prompted the question?
That may have prompted the question, I don't remember.
So you don't remember, did you ask him, did you bring up the topic of GPS then?
I don't think so.
Well, you said it prompted the question.
Well, it could have been Mr. Levine, or it could have been him saying something. Mr. Baker saying something.
Council, may I interrupt you just a moment? Take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The evidence implies you do not discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or form expressing any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch.
All right. At lunch, once again, they'll probably not come back on time. I'm going to be here. I'll probably be muted, though. Let me go back up in case there was anything I missed in the chat. Yeah, we were wrong. Not Baker. Not Birdsong. I am seriously thinking that they're going to end on this witness, which I think is a bad way to end it. Yeah, I thought maybe Robert should have gone last. I guess there's still a chance he could be called up, but I don't know. And then Salty said, please let Monica take the stand. I 100% agree, but I don't think she's going to. It'd be crazy to see what her defense is, and then also to watch the state go after her would be very entertaining. But no, I think it would be detrimental for her to do that. Yeah. Although I'm sure probably a decent amount of them are happy that they had last week off. Although it does make it go on a lot longer, but I feel like that was a good time to have a break. Yeah. For sure, I think that they have either a toxic relationship or previously they both were doing bad things. Maybe during Chris's trial that will get brought up because he still has to have his. I've also been looking everywhere for his parents. Still cannot find them. I'll be right back. Nope, just Robert Baker had it. And Chris was just arrested this past year, 2024. Took them a very long time to get some of the truth and be able to find him. Yeah, for him testifying for this trial, that was the deal he made. That's weird. This is what Law and Crime was talking about yesterday.
Sementilli, defendants present, all counsel present, jury, and also present. Good afternoon. Mr. Dawson, you still under oath. People may continue.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dawson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where we left off is the difference between your typewritten report and your raw notes then. And again, just reiterate, you took raw notes at the interviews and turned them over then after the prosecution requested the raw notes. So that was an exception to saving the raw notes rather than destroying them, right?
I'm sorry. I think so, yes. I think I may have lost it at the end. But
Well, you
I
take
saved
away-
the notes after you guys asked for them.
Okay. All the other notes then have been or were destroyed, correct?
Yes.
So just to clarify, you actually had 13 interviews with Mr. Baker. Does that sound right?
13, 12, 11, could be 14. I don't remember.
Do you want to check your...
Okay, sure.
Talking on a meeting or an interview?
I think it's 12, I think. I think it's 12.
Your last one you had two on March 10th of 2025. You had one in the morning around 9:50, and then you had one at 5:20 after court, right?
Yeah, that was the same interview was first. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I was counting that as one at one. But
Okay. So you can leave your notes out if you need to refer, if it's okay with the court. August 7th, 2023, you interviewed Mr. Baker. And that's when you got that letter he gave you, right?
Yes.
And you said that you turned it over to Mr. Levine and the prosecution, correct?
No, I said I turned it over to Mr. Babbage just before the trial, when the trial started.
Okay.
But between August 7th of 2023 and the day I gave it to Mr. Babbage, I held it. And I had scanned it in, and that's what they were given and you were given.
So you scanned in the letter from Mr. Baker to what, your own personal system? Like you scanned it into what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I scanned it into my computer.
Okay. You've never scanned in any of your raw notes to your computer to retain them, though?
We scanned in some of them to get you copies.
After we asked. I'm talking about in general, in your 30 years of practice, your raw notes that you take, that you testified you destroyed, have you ever scanned those into your computer to save them?
I don't remember ever doing that. No.
I'm sorry?
Other than this case and the instances that we talked about already, I don't remember ever doing that.
Okay. And is that because, as you testified, it generates a lot of work?
Among other things, yes.
Okay. So on 8/7/2023, then you have no raw notes, correct?
This is correct.
And your second interview is September 12th of 2023, no raw notes,
That's correct.
Your third interview was December 6th of 2023, no raw handwritten notes.
That's correct.
Your fourth interview was February 8th of 2024, again, no handwritten notes.
That's correct.
And your fifth interview was February 14th, 2024, again, no handwritten notes.
That's correct.
And what I mean by that is you destroyed them.
Well, I think one of those interviews was simply a very brief conversation. I just don't remember, but I have no notes.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking.
And then as of your sixth interview, February 29th of 2024, that's when, after the prosecution asked, you retained the notes and turned them over. And that's your handwritten notes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And then your interview 7 was on 4/1/2024, correct?
I'm sorry, what date did you say?
April 1, 2024?
Oh, April 1, I'm sorry. No, there was a May 8th.
That's another one. April 1, 2024? Do you have that one?
No. I'm
Would you
sorry.
like to refresh your memory and look at it?
Yeah, please. Yes, that's certainly, yes,
Okay.
that's
Do you have
mine.
a recollection of this one?
Do I have recollection of doing that specific interview, the contents of it? Off the top of my head, no.
Okay.
But that's my report.
Okay. And then we talked about May 8th of 2024, correct?
Yes.
That was interview number 8. Interview number 9 was November 12th of 2024. Correct?
November 12th, yes.
And that was the one where Austin had been arrested, and you informed Mr. Baker that Austin had been arrested, correct?
Yes.
And that's when he provided you more information at that time from your previous 8 interviews, correct?
Yeah, the first time he admitted that Austin was was accompanying him on the killing Fabio
Okay.
Sementilli.
And then your 10th interview was January 9th of 2025.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
And then your 11th interview was March 10th of 2025.
Was that? I think that was the 11th. I think
You
that
wrote
was.
your report on the 11th, but you interviewed him on the 10th. Would you like to see your raw notes?
Well,
You
I
have
noticed
them.
on the raw notes it says the 10th, but that may be incorrect.
Why would that be incorrect?
Why? Because the wrong date's written down. I think it was the 11th.
You think or you know?
I don't have a calendar in front of me as to where I was on that specific day, but I think that may have been the 11th and not the 10th. I see my notes say the 10th and the report says the 11th.
So which one's right?
I don't know. I don't have my
Okay.
calendar, as I said. I'm sorry.
All right. But at any rate, you memorialized it from handwritten notes into a written report, whether it be March 10th or 11th. You interviewed Mr. Baker twice that day, and that's after we've started trial. Do you remember what that interview was about?
Yeah.
What was it about?
I'm sorry. Could you be more specific, or do you really want a general answer?
Well, the trial had started,
Yes.
right? And
Yes.
it's March, whether it be 11th or 10th. You went to the jail in custody and you interviewed him in the morning, and then you went back and interviewed him again after court was over. So why the 2 visits? What were you interviewing him about?
Specifically, I believe we were telling him when he would be called as a witness, if I remember correctly.
Was that the day Mr. Austin testified?
I don't know. I didn't. I was here for a brief period of time on Austin's testimony, and I cannot tell you what day it was.
So after you heard, was it when you heard testimony in court, did you go to the jail after to speak to Mr. Baker about any of the testimony you heard in court?
No,
Okay, is there any particular reason why you went twice that day?
because we didn't finish it the first time.
Okay.
We didn't finish whatever it was we were talking about, what he was telling us. And if I remember correctly, Mr. Levine couldn't participate in the morning interview
Okay.
because I believe he was in court.
Going back
And
to what
he
I
had-
was talking about before lunch, I just briefly touched on it. And I'm just going to use an example. March, that same, we're in March, again, 10th or 11th, depending on which report. After court had testified. In your report, then, you note that, and that's it's dated March 11th, if you need a reference. On number 9, you start talking about Mr. Baker talking about 2 GPS devices and things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but that's not anywhere in your raw notes.
I don't know. I'd have to look.
You want to go ahead and do that?
And again, as I said, the notes are a reminder. They're meant to refresh my recollection if I forget something.
Okay.
The only reference to it is at the very last page of the notes,
Okay.
when I mentioned the F-150 and the Porsche.
Okay.
That's when he told me that, and that was the first time he'd ever said anything about a GPS device.
Okay, so the very last page of your report, which is 19 handwritten pages, you wrote F-150 Porsche.
19
And
pages?
again, did you write anything about GPS in your notes? And
No, that's 13 pages, or 12 pages,
well,
I'm sorry.
you numbered them one. All right.
That-
One, oh, yeah.
That may be just my handwriting, I'm
I
sorry.
can't read your handwriting. You're right. One through
sorry.
1 through 13. Yes. All right. So that there's no reference to anything about GPS.
No, but again, the notes are meant to supplement my memory. And since that's the first time he ever said anything like that, that stuck it out in my mind.
Right. It would be important to know, right?
If you can't remember it, yeah.
Okay. Now, you wrote in your report that Baker purchased with cash 2 GPS devices. He placed one on the Porsche and one on the F-150 pickup truck. Those were the vehicles that Fabio drove. Baker could follow Fabio's vehicles on his cell phone so he could tell if Fabio was nearby or if they might run into him when he and Monica were meeting clandestinely. None of that's in your written report, though. Your handwritten report, though, right?
I'll take your word for it unless you want me to read it again.
Well, didn't you just look at it?
But I didn't look for that. You didn't ask me that question. I'm sorry. I take your word for it that you didn't see it in there. But again, the notes are just meant to supplement my memory because these were done that night, probably.
Well, you
Or
don't
the
know which day they were done.
I'm sorry?
You don't know which day they were done.
Either they were done that day or the next.
Okay. All right. But you don't know which day, right?
Which day?
I don't think my question's that confusing.
Which day the report was prepared, or which day the notes were prepared?
You don't know either, right?
No, I know exactly what day the notes were prepared. The
Okay,
notes
what
were
day?
prepared on the 11th.
Well, then at the top it says 3/10/25.
That's right. That's a mistake.
Okay. Line number 10, you went on to say Baker said that he removed the tracking device from the Porsche the night of the murder. He removed the device from the F-150 truck sometime thereafter. Nowhere in your notes again, right?
Yes, and again, the notes are meant to supplement my memory.
Okay.
And that was such an unusual, as the first time we had heard that, and so, I mean, that was kind of
Something you'd write down.
something you would remember.
Okay.
You wouldn't need to write it down.
Okay.
Sort of like your mother's birthday. You don't need to write it down, remember it.
Okay. So, by the way, that GPS, did you ask him further questions about the GPS? Like, did he have a subscription to it? Anything of that nature?
No,
You didn't ask any further questions about the GPS?
no. He just said he was able to track it on his cell phone.
But as you testified earlier, it's because you initiated a question about a GPS based on a receipt that you found.
That's not why I initiated the question. I asked him how was he able to. I asked him how was he able to track Fabio.
Okay. But before lunch, you testified that you'd found that receipt of him purchasing a
And
GPS, so you initiated a question, which is why he responded with the information about the GPS.
No, I didn't initiate that question. I'm sorry if I gave that impression.
Okay.
That
So
is
how
not-
did the receipt come into play? When did you find out about the receipt for the GPS that was purchased?
I had known about the receipt.
6 months before.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I had known about his purchase of the GPS earlier, and just kind of put it aside. Didn't think anything of it. And then when all of a sudden he volunteered, oh, I had 2 GPS units. How'd you buy them? Cash. Okay. So that indicated to me that the one he had purchased 6 months earlier was not the one that he put on the car.
Was not the one.
Not the one.
Okay. How do you know that?
Because that was purchased on a credit card. And
Okay.
he said he purchased these 2 with cash.
Okay, so that's a completely different GPS. Who knows where he used it? Okay, thank you. Then we have on, and I understand that not everything's memorialized, but I do need to ask you.
Sure.
We have a couple more that, number 17, going to the bottom, and this is again the March report. The night before the murder, Monica told Baker that Fabio was going to pick up Chinese food.
Mm-hmm.
Baker said that he knew from past experience that there were only 2 Chinese/Asian restaurants the family regularly went to, the Pho/Chinese restaurant and Jasmine Thai. Both are on Ventura Boulevard. Anywhere in your notes?
I don't know. I'll have to
You
look.
want to check?
Sure. But again, that was the first time he had said that, so it was, you know. Correct. It's not in the handwritten notes.
Okay, but you had an independent recollection of those details.
Yes.
Okay. And then also in 18, so basically he was talking about, this is when you confronted him because Austin had been arrested, so now you're confronting Baker with the fact that, which you did already in November, that Austin has proffered, he is testifying, so he's aware of all this, Baker is, because you've told him that, right?
In general terms, yes.
Right, in general.
We didn't go into any detail.
Okay. So now this is the first time that this night before the 122 information, Baker is providing this information about this Chinese Pho, things of that nature. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, you're asking me, is that the first time that
Yes.
Baker had told me about
Yes.
about the Chinese pho?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay. But you didn't document any of that in your notes. You just used your memory out of the 13 pages to put that into your report.
Yes.
Okay. And then number 18, he and Austin drove to the Pho restaurant. Baker parked in the rear of the shopping center. Austin walked around to the front where the restaurant was located. None of that's in your written report either.
Okay.
Does that sound right?
It's in the written report. It's not in the handwritten notes.
It's in your numbered 1 through.
Right. It's in the report, but it's not in the notes. As I said,
You have 1 through 44, and it's number
yeah,
17, 18, that time frame. Do you put these in chronological order? Do you write your report from your notes?
no,
Okay. So,
not always. I mean, sometimes I do.
all right. And then 23. And I'm almost done, so I'm not going to go through every one of your reports. But through the course of their relationship, Baker said that he and Monica have met several times at the Target, Ralph's, and Starbucks. You put that in your report, in your handwritten report, right?
Do you want me to look again?
I can help you.
You can point it out,
Sure.
save some time. Oh, yeah. No, I see it.
You see it?
Page 7, it looks like.
Okay.
I think.
7?
No, it's the back of page 7, so, well, I don't know.
8?
There's an A at the top of it.
And you wrote Target, we've met there quite a
Yes.
few times.
Yeah.
Ralph's, Starbucks.
Mhm.
Okay. But, so you did take notes on that part. But then you went on in your report to say that he knew she was going to be at the Target and Ralph's that day because she had told him of her day's plans.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yes,
went to
ma'am.
the Target and purchased, he believes, racquetball related items. None of that's in your report, your handwritten report, though.
Again, the handwritten document is the notes just designed to assist me if I can't remember something.
Okay.
Now, he had,
Is it fair then to say that this is an example of when you interview somebody, you take down notes of what you think is important, and then you go back, and it looks like here it's the next day, and you try to remember the conversation and fill in what you recall? Because if it's not in your notes, it has to come from your memory, right?
yeah, it's not a try thing, it's a do thing, if that makes sense.
Well, you fill in what you recall, right?
I'm sorry, you
Is
lost
that
me.
a hard question?
Yes, it is.
Really, it is?
Yeah.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Argumentative, not a
So you have to rely on your memory of how the conversation flowed, and this is 13 pages of a lot of things you didn't write down that are pretty important details in the trial, and you filled them into a report. But the only thing that we have to go on is that you remember Mr. Baker saying that.
Again, that's all.
If what you are asking is how do I construct the written report, not the notes, but the written report, is I rely on my memory, and if there's a question about it or I'm not sure, then I rely on my notes.
Okay, but if it's not in your notes, what do you do when there's a question you're not sure because you didn't record it and you don't write complete notes? So then what do?
Then it's, it didn't happen.
It didn't happen?
Well, if I have no memory of it, and it's not in my notes, then I don't know. So I'm not sure what,
I think you answered it. Okay, so thank you. All right, so now you also said that when you met Mr. Austin in custody, you showed him a video of the jogger.
Excuse me, I never met Mr. Austin in custody.
Baker. When you met him in custody, you showed him a video of the jogger.
Yeah,
Him.
we did,
Who's we?
Mr. Levine.
Okay, how did you show that to him?
Mr. Levine used his computer.
So you got a computer into custody.
Yes, the
How
court
did the
order.
computer
The
get
court
in?
order signed by Judge Cohn
Okay.
allowed us to bring a computer into the face-to-face visiting area at under the
So,
North County
to your
Correctional.
knowledge, you went through the process of a court order for a computer, but not a recording device. Correct?
The court order.
No, I'm just asking you that question.
The court order said we could bring a computer in to the visiting area
All right. So
to
did
use
Mr. Baker?
to use to show the person we were interviewing discovery items.
Did Mr. Baker tell you that he'd already seen that video?
No,
Did you ask him if he'd already seen it?
judging by his reaction, he didn't. It did not appear that he had seen it before.
Did you ask him if he had seen it?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. And then you showed him photos of the murder scene. Why did you do that?
I think Mr. Levine's thought was that
Well,
that maybe
would be
that would.
speculation. I'm asking why you did it. If you can't answer it, then you can't answer it.
I'm sorry, you should be allowed to answer the question.
If it calls for speculation, cannot. Continue.
I don't know.
Okay.
It was, I mean, personally, I did not show him the photos.
You were there.
Mr. Levine had. It was his computer that we were using.
Okay. But nevertheless, you were present when Mr. Baker was shown photos of the murder scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the conversation in regarding showing photos of the murder scene in front of Mr. Baker?
The conversation with Mr. Baker.
Yes.
That is at the point at which he said that he thinks about Fabio Sementilli every day.
Okay, well, again, you showed him photos of the murder scene. He was there. Did you have a conversation why you were showing him those photos?
I'm sorry. I didn't show him the photos. Mr. Levine and I were together. He showed him the photos. As to what was in somebody's head, I can't answer that.
Did you discuss why you're showing him the photos?
Did you discuss why we're showing him the photos?
Yes.
No.
Did you ever interview, by the way, Mr. Austin?
Your Honor, could you close?
Yes. I'm sorry. If there was an answer by Mr. Dawson to the last question, and I don't know if there was, but if there was, it's stricken.
Okay. You said you had played, or with Mr. Levine, you'd played him overhears, right? Some of the overhears, the portions?
I'd say about 4 of them, because the quality of the recording was so poor you couldn't even hear them. Or you could barely hear them. I couldn't make out what was being said.
So you did play him or you didn't play him?
I said we played about 4 of them. I think he intended to. I know he intended to play more, but after about 4 of them, it was obvious that, you know, either the quality of either the acoustics in the room, the quality of the recording, or something.
Did you have transcripts that you provided to him?
I don't think we did.
Okay. Now, you also testified that you didn't read the transcripts, as Mr. Baker testified to. You didn't read any of the transcripts from the proffer of Mr. Austin to him, correct? You testified to that earlier. You didn't read the transcripts like he said you did.
I didn't say I did.
No, I'm sorry. Mr. Baker.
I'll take your word for it that that's what he said. I didn't hear most of his testimony. But
It's argumentative if Mr. Dawson wasn't here, then it's argumentative.
That's fine.
Let me rephrase.
Sure.
So I wasn't going back over what I did before lunch. But did you read any of the transcripts of Mr. Austin's proffer to Mr. Baker?
transcripts of the proffer, no, we did not.
You testified that you had summarized the contents of it, though, correct?
Some very, very broad strokes.
You didn't put any of that anywhere in your handwritten notes or in your report, though, that you had summarized the contents of Mr. Austin's proffer to Mr. Baker while you met with him in custody, though, correct?
I didn't summarize it. In broad strokes, I told him that, you know, Austin did this, Austin says that happened. It may have been 2 minutes long explanation for what Austin said he did.
Okay, during that 2-minute explanation, where you told Mr. Baker what Austin had said, you didn't write that anywhere in your handwritten notes or in your report from your interview with Mr. Baker, correct?
I would have to look, but I'll take your word for it.
I don't want you to take my word for it. If you want to look again, go ahead.
Well, there are references to what Austin said. For example, paragraph 7.
Which interview?
March 11th.
Okay.
Austin's claim that they bought 1 or 2 knives the day before killing Fabio, quote, just didn't happen.
Okay.
Well, I must have told him that.
Well, that's one thing.
For
Okay.
him to respond.
Do you remember? What you told him, you said, I must have told him that. Do you remember?
Do I remember specifically telling him that? It's something I would have told him.
So that means you don't remember specifically, but it's something you would have.
Something I would have told him.
Okay.
Let's see. Paragraph 12. It's again something I would have.
Well,
That's his response to me telling him that Austin said this. That Austin said he told him. It's Austin respond. That's Jesus. It's Baker responding to when I told him that Austin said that Baker told him that Monica was getting life insurance proceeds.
and you remember that conversation?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was, you remember that number 12 on your March 11th report was Baker responding to something that you asked him about Monica getting life insurance proceeds.
Telling him that Austin said.
Okay. My question is, again, did you ever put anywhere in your reports that you read him or summarized contents?
I did not.
And your words actually were summarize the contents from your direct testimony, that you summarized the contents of Austin's proffer. Did you ever put that in your report?
That I summarized the content of the proffers?
Yes.
Probably not.
Probably not, or you did not?
I'd have to look, but I probably not. No, I mean, it's obvious from the notes that what he's responding to. So I would not have put in my notes that I, Adam Dawson, summarized Mr. Austin's testimony for Baker.
So the answer is no.
Not remembering what the question is.
Sir, you testified that you write these reports based on your memory, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As far as Mr. Cimarron, who is the defense attorney for Mr. Baker, your review of some prison documents, in your opinion, is that from the time of his arrest in June of 2017 until the time of his plea on July 7th of 2023, that's a 6-year span. Your review of jail documents, I should say, that were entered into by Mr. Levine was that he met with him in jail 3 times, and a 4th time Mr. Baker refused to come out and meet with him, right?
Except for the fact that North County Correctional Facility only went back 3 years on their records, so it only went back as far as I think 20 or 21. I'm not sure what the date of the subpoena was. So, but you would be able to look at his assignments and where he was housed on one of the other sheets that we got from the jail, from the county jail people, to figure out if there's something before 21. And then the volume of discovery, as you know, was after that period, after 21, was enormous.
Okay, so I'm confused. Did you look at the time span that Mr. Cimarron represented him from June 2017 until July 7th of 2023?
Again, from the men's central jail, they had records going back to the, quote, the beginning, if you will. But at North County Correctional Facility up in Santa Clarita, which is also where Baker was housed for part of that time, they only had records going back 3 years.
So which records did you look at?
Both of them.
Okay, and out of all those years, he only met him 3 times, based on your opinion?
Based on what they gave us, yes, in response to a subpoena.
Do you know what they gave you?
Yeah.
Okay, so they gave you jail visitation for that, encompassed those 6-7 years?
Except for North County says they only have records going back 3 years. So from the time of the date of the issuance of the subpoena, you can only go back 3 years at North County. You can go back more at Men's Central.
Okay, so you don't know what happened in those other 3 years?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
But we also have in the subpoena documents, there is where Baker was housed at specific periods of time.
Okay.
And so comparing those and when he's at North County NCCF, North County Correctional Facility, with when he's housed at Men's Central.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Mr. Cimarron, his attorney?
About how many times he visited him?
Yes.
No.
But you're testifying as to how many times he visited him, based on these documents.
It's overruled.
Based on these documents that
No,
you've
that's not what I'm
explained.
testifying to. I'm testifying as to what the documents say.
Okay. Now, did you take into account, as Mr. Levine brought up, how many phone calls Mr. Cimarron had with him? How many phone conversations does Mr. Cimarron have with his client over that 6-year period?
Well, Mr. Baker said very few, but there is no, we did not attempt to find those records.
Okay.
But again,
So is the answer you don't know?
Mr. Baker was complaining about not seeing discovery. It would be hard to show him discovery, obviously, over the phone.
Okay. So you don't know how many phone conversations Mr. Simran had with him,
Simran.
right? You don't know.
No. I mean, yes, I don't know, or no, I don't know, whichever.
Okay. And you know, based on what you do for a living, that, when a defendant's in custody, they could come to court once a month, right?
That might be unusual, but yes, theoretically.
You think that's unusual?
Based on my experience, yes.
What's your experience of how often defendants come to court?
I'm gonna object unless it's this case, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, go ahead, this case. How often do we come to court on this case over your experience? Every 30 days?
I don't think
No
that's.
foundation, and it's not.
I don't think that's. Are you telling me you think we came to court every 30 days from June of 2017 till the trial started?
I'm asking you, sir.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah,
No, that's not true.
that's not true?
No.
Have you come to every court date for? All right. And so you don't know how often Mr. Baker came to court and met his attorney right back there behind those doors.
No, I don't
You have
know.
no idea how many times
No, that is
Mr.
correct.
Baker's attorney met with him, correct?
All I know is the visits in the jail.
You know the 3 visits that you confirmed in the jail and the one where he refused to come out, not accounting for the other years that you
Not
didn't
accounting
look
for
up.
the 3 years at North County.
All right.
We're counting the men's central jail visits, and that's what we're counting.
All right. I have no more questions.
You're right.
Yes, please, Your Honor. You subpoenaed records with an SDT that our office issued, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So prosecution could have subpoenaed the same records, obviously, correct?
Obviously.
And the records that you received from the jail showed the number of visits that you testified to, correct?
Yes.
And the records included both while he was at the Men's Central Jail, which is downtown LA, and NCCF, the North Correctional Facility, which is in Santa Rita, right?
Yes, Santa Clarita.
Santa
Yes.
Clarita, okay. Those are the only records available, right?
Yes.
And is it also true that Mr. Baker complained about the number of times he said that he had been visited by Mr. Simran and showed discovery?
Yes.
Now,
That,
you know that your interview reports are going to be turned over, required to be turned over by law to the prosecution, correct?
yes, sir.
All right. And that could be called to testify about whether or not that they were turned over or not, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you try to make your reports as complete as possible regarding the relevant facts of the case?
Yes, sir.
And you also knew at a certain point, some time ago, that the prosecution was asking you to save the notes that you took and turn those over as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did, right?
Yes.
So did you intentionally leave out anything of the notes or the report that you thought were relevant?
I did not alter, add to, or subtract from the notes. The notes are the notes.
And is it fair to say that some of the visits were simply informing Mr. Baker of the status of the case? That is, when the trial date was set, when he might testify, when he might not, correct?
Yes.
And is it also fair to say that from the time he entered his plea in 2023 till now was a year and a half, almost 2 years, correct?
Almost 2 years.
With several different trial dates, right?
Yes.
Is it also fair to say that Mr. Baker had been sentenced to state prison already for the rest of his life at the time that you interviewed him,
Yes.
but that he was being housed in the county jail simply because he was a potential witness in the case, and the jail obviously is closer to the courthouse than state prison. Is that a fair statement?
He was at NCCF most of that time after he was sentenced,
Okay.
and he was, he was upset because he wanted to go to state prison to start serving his time.
But he had no choice, correct? Because he was subpoenaed by our side as a potential witness, correct?
That is correct. I believe that's correct.
Now, in terms of showing him the video of the joggers coming up, the killers coming up the street, he requested that, didn't he? He wanted to see it.
I believe so.
And I showed it to him. Correct?
Yes, you did.
And you documented it in your report.
And I think that's the point at which he said, for all intents and purposes, that's me,
Okay?
which I thought was rather odd.
And do you recall him also wanting to see the autopsy photos, or not the autopsy photos, but the photos from the crime scene, correct?
Yes,
And that's when he made the statement he thinks about it every day, correct?
correct.
You don't know what that meant, whether he was serious or not about that, but that's what he said, correct?
My job is not to judge him or anybody. My job is to gather facts.
Okay. Now, the first document he gave us, you said, was a letter that he had handwritten to the defendant, Monica Sementilli, correct?
Correct.
And you read that letter, right?
Most of it.
Okay. And it's in evidence, so the jury will see it, but it was not an accurate reflection of what he eventually said actually occurred, correct?
That is correct.
And it certainly did not match the physical evidence in the case, correct?
Correct.
In the letter, he was trying to say it was almost an accident and he wasn't there to kill him at all, but to leave a greeting card, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, at that point, is it fair to say you and I were skeptical as to whether or not he had told the truth about what had happened during the planning and murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Objection, this is all being
It is. It's just that.
The number of times that we went back to see him, was that based at all on whether or not we thought he had told the truth or not about how the murders had occurred and who was involved?
Yes, because he clearly was withholding information. It was obvious from the first 5 or 6 interviews.
And the information primarily involved who the second murderer was, correct?
Correct.
And as you have said, he admitted that it was Mr. Austin after Mr. Austin had admitted it himself. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know whether or not the police inform witnesses that they are recording their interviews?
Objection,
You said we got a court order to visit Mr. Baker and bring our computer with us to use to show him evidence if we thought it was appropriate, correct?
Correct.
But we didn't get a court order to tape record, correct?
The court order did not cover recording.
But you had already confirmed with the sheriff's department that we couldn't tape record regardless. Isn't that correct?
That their policy is we cannot. We can't. They don't even want us to bring. They don't even let us bring a cell phone into the interview rooms.
Objection, that assumes facts, not opinions. There's no foundation for that.
It's just that.
Were we allowed to bring our cell phones in?
No.
Now, in terms of notes and so forth, Mr. Dawson, do you only destroy your notes after you have written your report?
Yes. You maintain the notes until the report is written.
And if there's anything in the notes that have not been put in the report, would you put it in the report?
If it was important or relevant, sometimes in a conversation with a witness, the witness starts talking about stuff that's irrelevant. I probably wouldn't put that in a report.
What, like how many children they have or what they did for their birthday or something? I don't know what you mean by irrelevant.
Yeah, or, their opinion of somebody else, unrelated.
But anything relevant to the case, do you include that in your report?
Yes.
And in fact, in this case, eventually, as we said, you turn both your notes and your reports over. Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Did Mr. Baker tell you at the last interview that he had a tracking device that he had put in on the cars of Mr. Sementilli?
Yes, that's the first time he ever said that.
And you included it in your report?
Yes, sir.
Why didn't you have it in your notes?
I can't tell you why I didn't have it in my notes, but it was...
Did it matter to you that they were not in both the notes and the report, if they were in one of them and both were being turned over to the prosecution?
No. And I wasn't about to adjust my notes after the fact.
I'm sorry, Ron, I'll be through in 1 second. On the last interview you had with Mr. Baker, you said it was March 10th of this year, is that correct? After the trial had started?
It was either the 10th or the 11th. I don't have my calendar.
Was it a day when court was in session?
Yes.
And you knew I was in court that day?
Yes. I think it was a day that the court closed early.
Okay, 3 o'clock perhaps?
If that helps
Okay.
narrow it down.
And is it true that when you go to visit someone at the county jail, whether you're an attorney or a civilian, that it can take up to 1, 2, or 3 hours for them to bring them down?
I've never had to wait 3 hours, but it can take easily 1 to 2 hours.
Okay.
It just depends on their staffing situation and what else is going on.
So I was in court and I asked you to go earlier and have him brought down so he would be down when I got there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also conducted an interview with him as well, correct?
Yes.
And informed him that he would be testifying in this case shortly. Is that right?
Yes. I think we both told them that.
And then I showed up and we continued to interview him. Is that right?
Yes.
Again, in...
Objection. Go ahead. You can ask your question.
Again, telling him what a nice place it was and what a nice day it was, right? I'm just kidding. Again, informing him that unless he told the truth, we were not going to call him, correct?
Again, this is all leading
It
and
is.
counsel.
Was there anything that he told us of relevance that you did not put in that report of March 10th or 11th and turn over to the prosecution the very next day?
No.
And is there anything in any of your reports or notes of any relevance that you withheld from the prosecution?
No.
Did you turn it all over to them as required?
Yep.
Is there
From the
anything
date.
in there you'd like to change?
No, but judging by Ms. Siegel's question, she'd probably like me to have put everything in there. But
But Did you
In
put
my note.
everything?
Objection,
in-
non-responsive.
She'd like me to put everything into the notes.
Strike.
Anything after no, everything after no is stricken.
I'm glad you said that. That rings a bell. If something was not in your notes, but was in the report, or in the report and not in your notes, but both were turned over to the prosecution, would that mean that they would end up with all the information, whether it was in one or both of the items?
Yes, sir.
Did you feel an obligation once the prosecution requested that you turn over the notes along with the report, that everything had to be in both of them if they were getting both of them?
No.
Thank you very much, Robert. Well, hold on. I'm sorry. Can I be open direct, Your Honor,
For a short time, I'll allow it.
Your Honor, there was an exhibit that has been marked Exhibit 625, which is a photograph of a shoe, or two shoes. You recognize the items in that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And did you turn one of those shoes over to the Technology Associates Laboratory in Ventura, DNA Laboratory?
Those two running shoes, we turned them over to I drove them up to Ventura and gave them to the people at Technical Associates to run an analysis of the stain on the shoe.
And one of the persons who was in charge of that was Ann Spong, S-P-O-N-G.
Yes. Yes, sir.
As far as you know, that shoe is still with them. Is that correct?
That's what they told me. Yes.
You've never seen it since then in person?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further, people?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. You're excused. You call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Deborah O'Dad.
We're waiting for the witness to come in. Let's stretch.
Good afternoon, Ms. O'Dad. You've got a very special swearing in today. Ms. O'Dad, I understand that you have been waiting for a while here and understood you were going to be a prosecution witness in this case. Was that your understanding? Correct.
To this.
Sorry?
This is a statement that's not,
That's
there's no
correct.
foundation for this.
That's correct.
Were you ever informed that you would be a prosecution witness in this case, Ms. O'Dad?
Yes, I was.
And who informed you of that?
Beth Silverman.
Okay. And in fact, Ms. Silverman called you as a prosecution witness before the grand jury in this case?
Correct.
And then thereafter, the prosecution and the law enforcement agents on the case interviewed you multiple times in this case?
Correct.
And am I correct that you also had a series of meetings with Ms. Silverman personally?
Objection, this is all a meeting.
Did you ever have any meetings and interviews with Ms. Silverman personally and alone?
Yes.
Do you know how many meetings you had with her?
One in her office and and a couple on the phone.
Okay. The one you had in Miss Silverman's office, do you recall how long that lasted?
Well, I wasn't there long, maybe 15, 20 minutes, because we walked across the street to the grand jury together.
Okay. And then on the phone, do you recall when that was?
Well, there was one that was probably close to 2 hours.
And do you remember whether that was before or after your grand jury testimony?
I don't recall.
And in the one you had with Miss Silverman in person, did she take any notes? Did you see her taking any notes?
No.
Ms. Obad, could you tell us, we've heard your name mentioned in this trial a couple of times, could you tell us where you live and for how long?
I live in Tarzana, and I've lived there since 2011.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a literary agent. I represent writers and producers.
And how long have you been a literary agent?
30 years.
Did there come a time, Miss Obad, that you met Fabio Sementilli and Monica Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
Could you please tell us how you came to know Fabio and Monica Sementilli?
I was walking my dog, and Fab was emptying out his car. He went to Costco, and I just stopped and talked to him because I was new in the neighborhood, and we became friendly, and then we had dinner together, all four of us.
And what year was this, Ms. Obad?
The end of 2011, beginning of 2012.
When you say you were walking your dog, did it turn out that you were neighbors with Fabio Sementilli
Yes.
and Monica?
Yes, correct.
And where was that?
In Tarzana.
Do you remember your address in Tarzana? Still live at that address?
Correct.
Okay. And did there come a time when Fabio and Monica moved to a new house?
Yes, they did.
Did you remain friends with the two of them after they moved?
Yes.
Do you remember when they moved?
I do not.
As of 2016 and 2017, could you describe for us your relationship with Fabio Sementilli?
He was a good friend. We would hang out in their backyard and talk. He would come to our house and hang out and talk. They gave me a baby shower for my child. We were all very close. Fab was there the day of the baby shower. He was just a really great guy.
How often would you personally speak with Fabio Sementilli during this time period, 2016 up until his death?
At least once a week, unless he was gone or away, because we would see each other very regularly. They came to our house, we came to theirs. Maybe I was in the area, we'd stop by. We only lived 2 miles apart when they moved.
And when you say we, Ms. Obad, could you tell us who you are talking about?
My husband.
And with Monica Sementilli, could you please describe during 2016, 2017 through January 23rd what your relationship was with her?
We were good friends. We were like a couple. Both of us, the two of us and the two of them, were very good friends. We even traveled with them one time.
In 2016, did you have an opportunity to observe in person Monica Sementilli interact with her husband Fabio?
Yes, many times.
Could you give us a description of how that came to be?
Well, we were together a lot. I remember at the end, we spent Thanksgiving together, Christmas Eve, New Year's. We were together a lot, especially the holidays. And they were always laughing and dancing and singing, and we all were just having a great time together.
Specifically focusing you on the spring of 2016 through January of 2017. Besides holidays, could you describe how often you were specifically around Monica and Fabio, either at their home or elsewhere?
At least once a week, unless he was gone for an extended time.
Were there occasions where he was gone for an extended time?
Yeah, it might have been a weekend here or there we missed.
And when you were, say, at the Sementilli home with Monica and Fabio Sementilli during this time period, could you give us a sense of where you were together or how you were together? Was it a dinner? Was it just hanging out on an afternoon? What would it be?
It was usually always dinner, because Monica was a fabulous cook, so she would cook great dinners.
Ms. Obad, during this time period, spring of 2016 through Fabio's death in January of 2017, could you describe for us what you typically saw in terms of Fabio's interaction with Monica and Monica's interaction with Fabio?
It was all love. They were always lovey and hugging and kissing and laughing and just having a good time together.
Was there ever a time in the spring of 2016 that you noticed that Monica was doing something different than what she normally did in terms of going to a gym, working out?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
She was really into racquetball, and she was on some racquetball league. And then I know she had a trainer at one point, because she invited me to go, and she was really into that and went a lot.
Do you know who her trainer was at the time?
I know it was a guy named Matt.
And do you know any of the people she played racquetball with?
I don't know any of them personally.
Do you know any of the employees that taught her racquetball or coached her in racquetball?
Rob Baker. I saw him one time.
The one time that you saw Rob Baker, was that before Fabio was killed or after?
After.
Going back to before Fabio was killed, in the spring, early summer of 2016, did there come a time, Ms. Obad, where you started to suspect that Monica might be having a sexual affair with someone?
Correct.
Could you please tell us about how that came to be?
I just felt it in my gut. There was nothing specific. The only thing I had noticed was when we come to each other's houses, we could literally come in our pajamas and have dinner. Like, we do not get dressed up. It's sweats, casual, just come by. And she started getting kind of dressed up, and I thought that was very odd. And I mentioned that to her.
When you say she started getting dressed up, can you place a specific month or time period where you started to notice this?
Yes, it was the end of the summer, so it was either the end of August or beginning of September.
Okay. And you said you mentioned something to her about this. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you mention to her about this?
I said, "Are you having an affair?"
So you actually confronted her about
Yes, I
that?
did.
Where were you when you had this conversation?
We were at my house.
Okay. And were you alone with her, or was somebody else there?
We were next to each other. We were alone together, but there were other people in the house.
Did you talk about with her the reasons you were asking her the question, or how did it come up?
I just blurted it out.
Okay. And what did she say in response?
She said, "No, are you crazy?"
Do you specifically remember that?
Yes, I do.
And during this same time period, you think it was 2016.
Correct.
At some point in the summer or fall of 2016. Did you continue to be with Monica and Fabio in the same way you had been with them before you had this conversation with her?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to observe them together after you had this conversation?
Yes.
And what did you observe about their interaction together?
It was always the same.
Ms. Obad, did there come a time in the fall of 2016 that you received some additional information from anyone about Rob Baker being at the Sementilli home?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us about that?
Jessica told a friend of mine that Rob had spent the night. They were drinking, he was drunk, he threw up, he stayed over, and she told a friend of mine this. And then my friend didn't tell me right away, she told me a few months later.
Did that conversation prompt you to examine what you were observing in terms of Fabio's relationship with Monica?
Their relationship was always the same. I never saw any crack in it, ever.
When you say that you heard this from your friend, can you, time-bound, can you tell us when you think you heard this?
Yes. So I confronted Monica late August, September, and as well around that time I said something to Fab about it. And then I think it was closer to the holidays because I remember specifically thinking, I got to think about this if I say anything to anybody because the holidays were coming up and I knew that Fab would be home a lot. So it had to be the end of October or beginning of November that I was told this information.
In terms, Ms. Obad, in terms of when you first asked Monica about whether she was having an affair and she said, "What, are you crazy?" or something to that effect.
Yes.
Was she upset at you, or did you have any kind of conflict with Monica when she?
Not at all.
When you confronted her?
Not at all.
And if you told previously in your interviews with law enforcement that you thought that conversation happened as early as May, would that have been incorrect, that first conversation?
Yeah, it was at the end of the summer.
You specifically
I know,
remember
absolutely,
it was the end of the summer?
because they came to our house and we were just going to go in the pool before it got too cold to be in the pool. So I remember it being the end of September, end of August, beginning of September.
After September and October of 2016, could you tell us about how often you would see and be with Fabio and Monica?
Once a week.
Was there ever a time that you observed when you were with Fabio and Monica approximately once a week, any conflict or arguments between the two of them?
Never, never.
Did you also see during this time period Fabio alone without Monica?
We were always together, but sometimes Fab and I would sit outside, or my husband and Fab and I would sit outside because Monica would cook, and then I had a baby at that time that she was really into, so she would play with him inside because they would smoke cigars, and I didn't want my child outside.
Did Monica also babysit for you during this time?
She had, yes.
How frequently?
A couple times.
And would her daughters babysit?
Yes.
Both of her daughters?
Mostly Jessica.
And that's Fabio and Monica's older daughter?
Correct.
And did you ever at any time bring up the subject of believing that Monica was having an affair again with Monica?
Never.
And did you ever again bring up the subject of you believing Monica was having an affair with Fabio?
sort of. I said to him, you need to watch those racquetball friends. I don't trust them. And he said in his big way, Deb, do you think? And I said, I think. And then that was dropped.
And when did you have this conversation with Fabio?
I would say in September.
Of 2016?
Correct.
Over the holidays of 2016, Christmas of 2016, New Year's, the beginning of 2017, did you spend any significant time during the holidays with Fabio and Monica?
We spent Christmas Eve together at their house. We had Christmas at my house. We had New Year's at their house.
So the entire holidays you were
Absolutely.
either at their house or they were at your house?
Correct.
And were there others at their house during the holidays when you were over there?
On Christmas Eve, it was just us and a couple other friends, and then his boss, Sal, and I think her name was Meredith, his wife. They ended up coming by on Christmas Eve towards the end.
And how about other friends when they were at your home?
At my home, it was my family, my parents, I think my sister, a couple of girlfriends.
I apologize for this, but I need to bring you and ask you some questions about the day Fabio Sementilli was murdered.
Okay.
Bringing you to the weekend before the Monday he was killed on January 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
Do you specifically remember that weekend?
Well, we didn't see them that weekend because he was going to see Ernie, his friend Ernie, and they were going to come over. So I don't remember what we were doing, so we did not go over there that weekend.
Okay. Do you remember at all whether Fabio was taking any time off of work during this period?
I remember him telling me he was doing a colonoscopy. I think he told me the week before. I felt like it was that Monday he was going to do it, but he didn't do it. Maybe it was Monday or Tuesday, but I felt that he had a colonoscopy he had to do.
You believe that he was supposed to have a colonoscopy, he told you on Monday?
Honestly, I'm not sure if it was Monday or Tuesday. I remember it was that week because I think I saw him the week before, and he said he was going to do it.
Okay. And do you know whether Fabio would normally be at work on a Monday or a weekday?
Yes, he would be.
How do you know that, Ms. Obad?
Because we were really close, and so I'd know, like, hey, I'm gonna stay home today, or Monica would say, oh, come over for dinner on a Monday or something. It wasn't just the weekends we saw each other. Sometimes it could be during the week. So he usually was at work.
Did you have any reason to believe that Fabio, from your conversations with him, was planning ahead of time to take that Monday off of work and stay home?
I do not know that.
And Ms. Obad, did there come a time when you also made arrangements to have Jessica babysit for you either over that weekend or on Monday?
On Monday, for Monday.
Do you recall specifically when you made those arrangements?
I don't. Most likely I would have called her that Monday because all I was doing was I ran and got Valentine cards for my kids' preschool. So it wasn't like I had something planned. It was sort of a last minute, I need to get some Valentine stuff. So it was not something I had thought about earlier. It wasn't anything specific place I had to be.
So you have a specific memory of that Monday, January 23rd, making arrangements with Jessica that were not pre-planned?
It would have been, I had many times called them casually, like, hey, Max is doing good. Will you come over and watch him for an hour or so? I have to run an errand. So that was the norm, that I would just call her the day of. It was very rare that I called her a week before or anything like that, unless I had to be somewhere specifically.
Do you have a specific memory of arranging for Jessica to come over by calling, say, Monica?
I do not.
Do you know how that day it was arranged that Jessica would come over?
I either called Jessica or I called the house phone, and I do not remember. I didn't text her because I looked at my text, so I hadn't texted her.
When you say you looked at your text, was this after Fabio
Yes.
was killed?
Yes.
And Miss Obad, when you say that you have a memory of running errands to go get some cards, when you, and we'll get to Jessica coming over, but do you have any specific memory of setting a specific time when you were going to do these errands?
I asked her to be there at 4, but I didn't give her a time when I was going to be done.
Let me repeat this, counsel.
Let's take our afternoon recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies.
So many breaks. And this is exactly why we're on day 36. Their breaks are frequent, and then they all go over the allotted time. Okay, I'll be right back.
jury and alternates are present. Ms. O'Bad, you're still under oath, and you may continue with your direct examination.
Good afternoon again, Ms. O'Bad. We left off with you describing the events on January 23rd, the day that, 2017, the day that Fabio Sementilli was murdered. You were describing for us having Jessica Sementilli come over and babysit.
Correct.
Prior to Jessica coming over that day to babysit your child, at any point had you ever received any contact from Monica Sementilli asking anything to you about how long Jessica would be babysitting or how long you would be running errands?
No.
You indicated earlier that you had asked Jessica to come there at 4 o'clock.
Correct.
Do you remember, as you sit here today, what time she showed up?
Yes, I do. 3:50.
You specifically remember
I
her
do.
showing up at 3:50?
I do.
You were asked by the police and the prosecutors, I believe, to estimate it at the time close to when Fabio was killed, what time she showed up?
Yes.
Do you remember how long you were at your home after Jessica showed up before you left to run the errands?
I would say about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes max.
Okay. After Jessica arrived at your house, Miss O'Bad, was there ever a time that Monica Sementilli called you on the telephone about inquiring how long you would be out running the errands?
Not at all.
Was there ever a time, Miss O'Bad, that Monica texted? Were you frequent texters with Monica?
I don't think so.
Okay. Was there any time that day that Monica sent you a text asking you how long you would be
Not at
out running errands?
Not at all.
During the time you were out running errands that day, did Monica ever contact you in any way and ask you if you could delay Jessica coming back to the house?
No.
Did she ever ask you if you could estimate for her at all how long you would keep Jessica babysitting that day?
No.
Ms. O'Bad, could you tell us how you learned that Fabio had been killed?
Isabella called me. I was already driving home because I just went for one quick errand. I was already driving up Tampa when she called me. And we sort of live in between. They live on one side of Tampa and we sort of live on the other side. Bella called and said, get to my house. And I said, why? She goes, just get here. And then I asked again, why? And she said, Dad had a panic attack. Just get here. So I went straight to their house. And I was only a mile away.
Okay. You went straight to their house, meaning the Sementilli
Correct.
home. Do you remember what happened when you arrived at the home?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
I got on their street and there was, I think it was an ambulance, there was a fire truck, there was just a lot of commotion. And I pulled and I just ran inside the house through the garage. The garage door was open.
When you got into the house, do you recall ever hearing Monica yelling or screaming that somebody had killed Fabio?
Correct.
Tell us about that.
I walked in through the garage and the kitchen's right there, and I sort of walked through the kitchen and I saw some blood on the floor, and I went straight to the dining room, and Monica and Bella were sitting in the dining room facing the backyard, and there was people around, and so I went and I sat down next to them and said, "What's going on?" And at that time, I honestly thought Fab was still alive. I thought they were working on him, so I was sort of confused.
And what specifically do you recall Monica saying, if anything?
She said somebody killed him, they took the car. It was just, she didn't say complete sentences. It was just a lot of rambling and crying and shaking.
So I was going to ask you about this. Could you describe for us specifically what you saw in terms of Monica's demeanor when you were first at the house?
Hysterical.
And do you recall if she said anything else?
No. After I was there a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes, she said, "Go get Jessica," because Jessica was at my house.
So you think you were there how long
I don't think
before
I was.
she said this?
I don't think I was there more than 5 minutes.
Okay. And did you go get Jessica?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did you later come back and have Monica and the girls come to your house? Did you take them to your house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Describe, if you can, when you came back. Do you recall?
I came back, I would say, within a half hour, because Jessica left and I had my child, so I had to get the neighbor to watch my child. So I think I called my husband to come home from work, and then I went over there, and I didn't go in the house. I think at that point they had walked out of the house. They were asking them not to be in the house anymore. So I think I saw the girls on the driveway.
At some point, did you ever see Monica and the girls go after they were outside to a neighbor's home?
Yes, it got kind of cold that night. I went over to the neighbors and introduced myself and asked if Monica could have a tea or something warm. And then the lady was very nice and said, "Does she want to come inside?" And I said, "Okay." And then I went and got the girls and Monica, and she was with, I think her name's Elise, and they all went into the house.
Did you go into the house?
I did very briefly.
Now, at any time, Miss Obad, during this period, did Monica ask you to contact Fabio's employer at any time?
I don't recall.
Did you, at any time during this period, contact Fabio's employer?
I didn't. I think my husband called Sal.
Okay. Did you know at this time where Fabio worked?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Because we were good friends, so I knew where he worked.
Okay. Had you gotten to know any of his coworkers, or?
I had just met Sal at Christmas Eve.
And that's Sal Maucheri?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point that evening, did you also attempt to leave a voicemail for Fabio's assistant,
yes.
Alicia?
Yes, I did. I did do that.
Tell us about that.
It was just a voicemail. I don't even remember leaving a message, or maybe I said call me, but I didn't give her any information.
Did Monica ask you to call Alicia?
I don't recall. I don't know why, but I feel like I had Alicia's number, and I don't remember why I had Alicia's number.
At the point you called Alicia, had Monica Sementilli ever at any time asked you to find out about life insurance?
No.
you recall during this period when Monica was outside or you were briefly over at the neighbor's house, what, if anything, Monica was doing or saying?
I really wasn't next to her. Elise was next to her, and I think Isabella or one of the girls were I wasn't right next to her, and I know she went in another room and spoke to Detective Parshall and his partner.
At some point, did you learn that Monica was being interviewed by the police that evening?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
I was there and I saw, he said, Detective Parshall said he needed to talk to her, and I said, do you want me to go or someone? He goes, no, we need to talk to her alone. So he went with her.
What were you doing while Monica was speaking to the police?
I think I was outside or maybe near the girls. I'm not exactly sure.
Do you have a specific recollection of what the girls were doing during this time period?
They were in shock. I think Jessica had a friend that came by. They were just sort of in shock.
Did you observe either of the girls' demeanor during this period? You say they were in shock.
They were in shock.
Talk about Bella. Do you recall whether she was crying, whether she was...
Neither of them were crying. They were just, honestly, in shock. I think we all were just shocked. We didn't know how to react. I wasn't crying either because I was trying to take it in what was going on.
At some point, did you take Monica and Bella and Jessica to your home?
Correct.
Was your husband there at that point, or was it?
Yes.
So the four of you drove to the home? Before you left for your home, did there come a time where you got on the phone with Luigi Sementilli?
Yes. I got on the phone with Luigi at their house, talking to Luigi on the phone on the driveway, and I think it got disconnected or something. He called back and she was trying to explain to him, but I don't think she could really get what was going on either, so she handed me the phone.
So you have a specific recollection of Jessica handing you the phone?
Yes.
When you were outside and speaking to Luigi?
Correct.
And do you know how long you were on the phone with Luigi?
Very briefly. Maybe 2 minutes max, very briefly.
During that conversation with Luigi, Miss O'Bad, could you tell us what was said?
Yes. I said to Luigi, explain that your dad has been killed. We don't know anything else. We're not sure what's going on. He's in the backyard. And he was like, what? And I said, I can't tell you anything else. I don't know. I said, I know that he has a life insurance policy for you. You can continue to go to college. Because I knew he was doing his master's, I think, at that point.
How did you know that Fabio had a life insurance policy for Luigi?
Fabio told me.
And when did he tell you this?
I would say maybe 6 months to a year prior, because when we became parents, we got a trust and a will, and so we would talk to Fab because he hadn't done that yet. But he had a life insurance and we hadn't done that yet. So we sort of swapped stories about what we needed to do and what he needed to do. So I knew, and I thought it was very interesting, because in California you don't get a life insurance policy if you get a divorce. But he said he had one for his child. So I knew that, and I knew it was around, it was under 2, because he said to me something about it's under 2. So I knew that. And I knew it was just for Luigi when he got divorced. Fab told me that.
Had Monica ever at any time discussed with you a life insurance policy for Luigi?
Never.
Prior to getting on the phone with Luigi that night, did Monica Sementilli ever tell you to talk to Luigi about life insurance?
Never.
Did Monica ever mention that night anything about Luigi's studies or going to school?
She kept saying the word university, because I remember very specific, because I don't use that word university, I always say college. And she kept saying, he has to continue university, the girls have to go to university. She kept using that word university.
When did she say this?
That night outside.
Did she say anything else about university?
She just said,
or?
Luigi's going to be fine, he's going to be fine, his dad takes care of him, he's going to be fine.
Did you ever at any time, well, first of all, Ms. Obad, this conversation you had with Luigi Sementilli, do you have a specific memory of how long it lasted?
2 minutes, 3 minutes, it was so short.
Was there ever a time during that conversation you had with Luigi where you ever either heard from him or said to him anything about stock options?
Never.
Was there ever any time on that phone conversation on the evening Fabio was killed that you spoke to Luigi and discussed anything about giving Luigi money, or that Luigi would give Monica and the girls money from life insurance?
Never.
Would you remember something like that?
Absolutely.
If Luigi, Fabio's son, came into court and testified that you specifically spoke to him that evening about stock options, would that be accurate?
Absolutely not.
And if he testified that you specifically spoke to him about Luigi giving back money from life insurance to Monica or the girls, would that be accurate?
Absolutely not.
So what time do you believe you took took Monica and the girls back to your house with your husband that night?
It had to be after 9, 10. I just don't remember exactly. But it was late.
What happened when you got home? Were you with Monica that whole time?
Yes, pretty much. We came in, I think we got some water or something cold to drink, and Bella wanted to lay down, so she went in the guest room, and Monica wanted to just sit on the couch. And so Jessica sat on the couch next to her. And then she was just crying, and I remember I had to get Kleenex and stuff for her, and I was just sort of in the living room with her, or the family room.
Her Jessica or her Monica?
Monica and Jessica. Jessica actually went in the other room and made a phone call and called her godfather, I think. So then I think I was just sitting with Monica for a while.
Can you describe, do you have a specific memory
Absolutely.
of Monica?
I know exactly where she was sitting in my living room, or my family room.
Okay. There's been testimony repeatedly by relatives of Fabio and some work friends that they didn't see real tears that evening. Do you specifically recall seeing Monica crying, let's say when you got home?
I don't at her house, but I do at my house when she was sitting on the couch, because I remember getting Kleenex, thinking, where's Kleenex? I got to get her Kleenex. I remember being panicked, like I have to find Kleenex.
Could you describe for us any other observations you made about what Monica physically was doing during this period you were observing her?
She wasn't saying much. I don't even remember complete sentences. She was just sitting there and like rocking and shaking, and she looked horrible. She was just pale, and Jessica was very worried about her, and Jessica was sitting very close to her, on and off. And Jessica was in the other room for a minute. It was very, she was in shock, upset, just looked distraught.
How long was it before you all went to sleep that night?
It was really late. I think I don't even remember sleeping that night, but I think the detectives called us around 5 to come back to her house.
5 in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Before the detectives called you to come back to the house, did there ever come a time where you sent a communication to Sal Moncherry?
Yes, I did.
And how did you send that communication?
I
Email,
text him.
call?
I text him.
Okay. Showing you what was marked as People's 89. Showing you page 2 of that exhibit. At around 2:30 on January 24th, would that be 2:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. You had a communication with Sal Moncherry?
Correct.
And looking at what's been marked as page 2 of People's 89, did you communicate to him that you had missed a call from his assistant, that's Fabio's assistant,
Correct.
and that you had Monica and the girls at your house?
Correct.
And Sal says that he and the lead team had spoken to Monica and thank you for helping with the girls?
Yes.
And then you give a thumbs up and say, also, can you guys help figure out his life insurance? Monica is asking.
Correct.
Was there any time, Miss Obad, that Monica had asked you to contact anyone from Fabio's work to ask about life insurance?
No, she did not.
Why did you say this in a text?
Well, I knew that if I asked Sal to help, why would he help me? But if I said, hey, Monica's asking, then I knew I would get a response. And I felt like there was nothing I could do for her. They were hysterical. I didn't know what to do. And I knew she was worried about the girl's health insurance and medical. So I kind of lumped it all in together and said life insurance. She did not ask me to call him or text him. I did that on my own.
Did you end up going over to the house the next day with Monica?
Yes, I did.
And over the course of that next week, did you spend any significant amount of time with Monica, either at her house or elsewhere?
Not much, because her family had came. Her mom and sister were there. And so I felt like I could back off and let them take care of stuff.
Okay. That next day you were at the house, however?
That morning, yes.
And that was Tuesday the 24th?
Correct.
Were any of Monica's family members or Fabio's family members there that day?
At some point, her mom and sister came.
Okay. That was during the 24th?
Correct.
Okay. And then what about Fabio's family? When did they arrive?
I think it was a few days later. I'm not exactly sure, but it definitely wasn't that Tuesday.
Okay. That next day, did you do anything with Monica and the police at the house?
We walked through the house, and I agreed to clean up the murder scene with my husband.
Okay. When you say you agreed to clean it up, did Monica ask you to clean it up?
No, I volunteered.
Okay. How did that come up, Miss Obad?
Well, it had to be done, and I didn't want anybody in that house.
So who did you suggest it to?
To Parshall.
That's Detective Parshall?
Correct.
And when did that happen?
I actually said it to him that night, because he said to me, we're going to have to get somebody in there to clean it up before they can come in. And I said, don't worry, I'll do it. And he said, are you sure? And I said, yes, my husband and I will do it.
At any time, Miss Obad, did Monica ever talk to you or ask you to clean up the crime scene?
Never.
during that time at the house, do you remember seeing Monica interacting with the police?
Yes, I mean, because we were kind of walking through the house. The detective walked us through the house.
And do you recall hearing Monica say anything to the police?
I don't recall at that moment.
Do you recall what she was doing, if anything?
She was just out of it. She wasn't really doing anything.
When you say she was out of it, and I know it's difficult because we're asking you to describe not only something 8 years ago, but somebody's physical gestures. Do you have a specific memory that day, the 24th, of what you saw when you looked at Monica with the police?
She just looked vacant. She didn't say much. She just was trying to take it all in. And I was trying to be the mouthpiece for her because she was just like not saying hardly anything.
Did she ask you at any time to be a mouthpiece for her?
No, she did not.
At some point, was there a viewing at a funeral home and a wake at the Sementilli home?
That's Sunday, I think.
That would be
Sunday.
the 29th?
Correct.
Okay. And how did that come about, if you know?
I don't know. I know it was set up, and I knew they were going to have the taco lady that Fab liked at the house after the viewing.
At the time or now, did you have any understanding of who was organizing that event?
I think it was Wella, Cody, whatever the company was at that point. They were taking care of it.
Okay. And did you attend the viewing at the funeral home?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, were you ever around Monica Sementilli at the funeral home?
Yes.
Did you ever hear her talking about the wake or organizing the wake?
No.
What do you recall Monica saying or doing at the funeral home?
Nothing. She was sitting in the front row, and then she would go up to Fab, and then she would sit back down, and she was just crying. She wasn't doing anything, just sitting there, and people would come by and say something to her.
Okay, and again, I hate to have to ask this, but when you saw her crying, did you actually see tears? If there was testimony that there were fake tears or no tears?
I don't remember if there were tears or not either way. I don't remember.
On that day?
On that day, I don't remember. I remember at my house, but I don't remember at that day.
And at some point you went back to the Sementilli home for the wake?
Yes, yes.
Okay. When you got to the home, was Fabio's family there by that time? Do you recall?
I think I got there before everybody because I wanted to make sure that the taco lady could get in and they could set up. So I think I was one of the first ones there.
Okay. Was Monica at any time participating in the setup or organization of the wake when you got back to the house?
Nothing, no.
Was there anyone else participating that you saw in organizing or setting up the wake?
I think Alicia, his assistant, was there doing stuff.
Did you see any of Fabio's family members participating in the setup or organization of the wake?
Mm-mm.
And were you there with your husband that evening?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay during the portion where others showed up that evening?
Yes.
The first thing I want to ask you about, there's been some testimony that somehow Monica was not dressed or didn't have herself together or had makeup or her hair done and clothes on at the beginning of the wake. Do you recall seeing Monica specifically before the guests arrived?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what she looked like?
She looked exactly the same the whole day. I think her, Morella had people come over and do her and the girl's hair. So her hair was done, but she really didn't have hardly any makeup on. She looked ghostly. She didn't look great.
Did she have clothes on?
Yeah, she had a black just a normal, I think it was a wrap dress maybe, nothing fancy.
At some point, Ms. Obad, did you observe something unusual happen in terms of any individual who came to the wake?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us about that?
Yes.
What happened?
So the way their house is, if you're in the kitchen or the family room, you could see outside. So everybody was sort of outside, and I don't know why, I just walked inside. I just wanted to get away, I guess. And Monica's mother was standing in the kitchen, and she said something to the effect that guy from racquetball or something's here. She goes, go find them. And so I said, who, what? And she said, that guy from racquetball. So I started walking. So if you're in the kitchen, you walk past the dining room. And I didn't even get past the dining room. And Monica and Rob were walking down. There's like 2 steps you can be coming from the front door or whatever, 2 steps. And then they turned to come towards the kitchen.
Okay.
And
so because we don't have,
right,
we have a reporter.
Right.
You were pointing in a way saying that you saw Monica and Rob Baker walking from the foyer,
yes,
of the house,
yes,
towards the kitchen?
Correct.
And in order to get there, you saw them walking down a couple of stairs?
2 steps,
Okay.
yes.
And how did you know it was Rob Baker?
Well, I had known that there was a Matt who was a trainer, and that Rob was the coach. So when Monica's mom said something about the racquetball, I assumed it was the guy Rob.
Okay. But you had not met him previously, or you had?
Never.
Okay. And, I'm sorry, continue. What else did you
So
observe?
as they were walking the stairs, they were coming towards me, and it was so odd because he was like, I never saw his face because his face was just plastered into her ear, and they were just walking, and I specifically was staring at her lips just to see if she was talking back to him or anything, and nothing. She didn't say anything, and he was just kind of guiding her. And as they were coming closer to me, they turned around. I mean, he was just leaning into her, so they leaned and they went behind, because behind is the family room, and they went over and sat on the couch in the family room.
Okay. Now, at this time, I think you previously told us that you had, earlier that late summer or fall, confronted Monica about suspecting that she was having an affair, correct? And that at some point in September or October, you learned from her friend that Rob Baker had been overnight at the Sementilli home, right?
Yeah, October, November, I found that part out.
So at that point, when you learned that, you suspected that Monica was having an affair with Rob Baker, correct?
Yes. I mean, I wasn't 100% sure if it was Rob or Matt, but when I saw them that night, it clicked for me that it had to be Rob.
But you were such good friends with Monica, you never said anything to Monica?
No.
And you were close with Fabio, you never said anything about your suspicions to Fabio?
Just to watch those racquetball gym friends.
And when you observed that this Monica and this Rob Baker walking towards the kitchen, and you said you were specifically looking at Monica's mouth.
Absolutely.
Was there any time that you observed when you were looking at Monica, her speaking or responding in any way to Fabio?
Nothing.
I mean, to Baker?
Nothing.
And, Your Honor, if I may mark with the court's permission as defense 636, I believe, in order.
636, yes, what is it, please?
It's a photograph, I believe, that was previously marked by the people.
All right.
Do you recognize this photo, Ms. Obad?
Yes, I took it.
Okay. You took it when?
After Monica and Rob walked outside.
Okay. So, showing you, well, let me ask you this. So when you saw Monica walking towards the kitchen and Rob speaking into her ear, did I hear you say that you thought he was leaning into her?
He was leaning into her, yes.
Okay. Was she leaning into him,
No.
or who was?
No, she was just walking straight, like dazed and confused. I mean,
Was she looking at him at any time?
No, she was just looking straight ahead, just kind of out of it, like a weird out of it look.
And where did they go as they were heading towards the kitchen? Did you see?
Well, then they turned around and went behind and sat in the family room.
In the family room.
Correct.
And is that connected to the dining room in
Yeah,
any way?
it's all one long hallway.
Okay. And if there was testimony that the dining room or the family room was dark at the time, do you have any specific recollection of whether there were lights on?
There was, I think they had one lamp. I think it wasn't bright, but it wasn't dark. They had a lamp, it was on.
And did anybody else, in your observations, go to the family room, living room?
Yes. When this has happened, I was still standing in the kitchen trying to figure out what to do. Morella happened to be walking into the kitchen.
Okay, let me stop you. That's Morella Sementilli,
Correct.
Fabio's sister?
Correct.
Okay.
Because the door's right there, and I was standing. She walked in, and I said to her, I need your help. We got to get rid of this guy. And she's like, okay. So I said, let's turn on the TV or say something. So we walked towards them, and then Morella and I were like, oh, let's put the TV on and see if LAX is okay. There was something going on at LAX that day because they were leaving in the next day or so. And then we sort of talked like, I don't know, just about the TV, and then Morella said something to Monica, and Morella sat down next to Monica, and that's when I left. I walked away, and then Morella was talking to Monica. She said something to her in Italian, which later she said, people are looking at you, go outside, something to that effect. And I left. I walked away.
Where did you go when you
I
walked
went
away?
outside.
Okay. And did there come a time thereafter that you saw Monica again?
Yes, when they were sitting by this fire, and I waited for them to sit down, and I took 2 pictures of him.
Okay. Now, Ms. Obad, I heard you say, I think, that you told Morella Sementilli, we got to get him out of here.
Yes.
Why would you say that? Why did you say that to Morella?
His energy was really dark for me. It felt really out of place, and I think in my brain I was trying to put everything together, that this is the guy she's probably having an affair with, and he just had a really dark energy, and it really took me back.
Other than that dark energy, at that time, did you have any reason to believe that this person was somehow involved in the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
I probably thought that after a few days. I probably thought that.
Okay. After a few days, let's put that in a place. That night, was there something that, other than this dark energy, that made you suspect or believe that this person had been involved in the killing in some way of Fabio?
I don't think I thought that at that moment.
Okay. But you were concerned enough that you took a photograph at some point outside, correct?
Yes, 2 photographs.
And this is one of the photographs you took?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And showing you Monica Sementilli in this photo, is that how Monica appeared to you that evening?
Yes.
And that was from the start of the wake until this moment?
Yeah, she looked the same from the whole time.
Okay.
Take our afternoon adjournment until tomorrow at 9 a.m. As always, the admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or anyone else in the form of expressing an opinion. Till the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.